stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore. I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds, talking out loud so proud. You better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head south.
Never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Aren't you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Aren't you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Or will you fucking fight back? It's a new day, and nothing's really quite going your way. You got bad news that's confusing. You got sad news that you're wounded. And it feels like the worst time. You're worried and scared and not fine. You feel unprepared with no signs. Well, it'll be alright, you just gotta fight. What about things happen to the best of us? It seems like they should be blessed. They just might be angels here as guests, teaching us to be our best. When everything breaks at the seams, and you feel like you're losing belief.
Well, damn it, you just gotta stay strong when it all falls apart and goes wrong. When you feel let down and so lost, and it feels like you can't hold on. Well, damn it, you just gotta stay strong, 'cause sometimes things go wrong, and one day everything's gone, but you can make it out and move on. So damn it, you just gotta stay strong.
You know that it sucks and it hurts. It's like you've been cursed by the world at its worst. I'm sorry, I know you can't see it, but maybe all these things happen to you for a reason. So stay strong and push through it. Your willpower's everything you got, don't lose it. And one day things will get better. You just gotta get through the stormy weather. What about things happen to the best of us? It seems like they should be blessed. They just might be angels here as guests, teaching us to be our best. When everything breaks at the seams, and you feel like you're losing belief.
Well, damn it, you just gotta stay strong when it all falls apart and goes wrong. When you feel let down and so lost, and it feels like you can't hold on. Well, damn it, you just gotta stay strong, 'cause sometimes things go wrong, and one day everything's gone, but you can make it out and move on. So damn it, you just gotta stay strong.
Hello everybody. Welcome in. Also, bear with me as I am currently sick. How is everybody doing on this wonderful evening? I got a
bad feeling about this.
Thanks, Longhorn. Also, welcome in Soda, Cole, and Demon. Yeah, I am alive. I was just posting some links on my Discord server and on Blue Sky and Twitter, letting people know I was live. Let me turn this down just a little. Oh. Alright, let me switch screens. Get this going and get this going. Alright, I think we're good. Also, just a little announcement. I was planning on getting a YouTube video out today. That didn't happen. I'm gonna shoot for tomorrow, hopefully. Yeah, we got a lot done on the server in the last, like, week. So, this might look a little different. All this water's finally gone. I can't fly up, though, because I don't have my wings anymore. Day's been good. That's good to hear. Hey, Dara! Welcome in! How are you? Yeah. Why is my... Oh, that's why my chat's not popping up. Hold on. There we go. Thank you for the follow, Soda. How are you doing, Dara? That's a big hole. Haven't checked how much progress you made in about 3 months. Yeah, this thing is massive. I would fly up and show you. I kind of can't at the moment. It's, yeah. I think I've said it in previous videos, it's like 256 some odd blocks. But we are officially done draining all the water, so now really all we have left, well, minus all the hidden water, but all we have left is just draining, or not draining, digging. I don't know why it did that. It glitched out on me last night, and I figured, like, server reset would fix it. It didn't. Sadness over the wings, 100%, but it's alright. We'll make our way through. Hence why I have a water bucket and scaffolding on me. But yeah, so since I figured this out, I still have some tweaking I need to do streaming YouTube side, but I think every Monday we're gonna shoot for streaming both, like streaming Broke Rock on both Twitch and YouTube. Also, another side note, my streams for the next 6 weeks on Tuesdays are gonna be a little messed up. I am in an online class, and he decided to make the meeting for that class around 6:30, anywhere between 6:30 and 8. So I'm gonna try to stream earlier in the days on Tuesdays. We'll see how it goes. Yay, Rain, the bane of my existence. I felt that. Arena in this game sucks. Also, so do Drowns. I swear, every time I go to take like a thumbnail for YouTube, it just rains, and it's so annoying. I really need to go get a hoe for this. Yeah, no, rain sucks. There is, I just haven't gone and got it yet. Unless Walking Stick or somebody moved it. I'm just gonna run across the walls. But yeah, no, it's crazy to see that all this water is just finally gone as I jump off. Agreed, Demon, agreed. The chest of hose, Walking Stick. Why is there just random scaffolding? Alrighty, Soda, I always appreciate it. Me too. I'm hoping this is gone soon. But have a good rest of your evening or day or wherever in the world you are. Why am I lagging? Ugh. I thought I fixed that. Alright, hold on. The rain is really messing with my stream at the moment. So let's turn down my render distance too. Turn this down just a little bit. Alright, let's see if that fixes my issue. You have to stop giving the giant your gear and do it the other way like I do. Oh, I don't do it here because I have better gear than they do. Fair! Yeah, actually, hold on. Oh, this is also why I have my web browser open still. It's like, I don't know, this base is the bane of my existence. I've lost probably a good 5 or 6 pairs of elytra, and I don't know how many pieces of armor and all of that. Nope, that's got stuff in it. Hey Donnie, welcome in. How are you doing? I need to get rid of all this moss. It's going. I'm surviving over here. Jesus. I have no idea how many of these I'm gonna need. Debating on a nap. Fair enough. Naps are always good. I took a nap earlier right after class. I barely stayed awake through my calc class this morning. Alright, I'm just gonna hope that these two, the shulker in my inventory full is good enough. So yesterday, old guy was streaming on the server and I was on here just doing my own thing. I was finishing up recording a YouTube video, and I went to go run the flying machine that drains the water. Well, old guy was also working on an Enderman farm, and I think we both crashed the server. I'd ran the flying machine, and then not even 5 minutes later, right, the server crashed. And then I was just down like at the bottom trying to like finish draining the water, I guess. And then we all crashed and it came back. And everything that I had done prior had reset itself. And then with that also being said, I lost half the sponges that I had. And Demon, why are you pulling an all-nighter? Anybody say anything to my comment? No. So, I have exactly 37 sponges. I'm here, but internet is lagging badly. 2 weeks until I have to pay my bill. It's gonna run slow. Until then, that's fine, JP. I just appreciate the lurk. Guy was also trying to join the server. Yeah, we all blame Judd. Obviously, it's always Judd's fault. Hashtag blame Judd. Should, yeah. I don't know, Dara. I was draining, like, a section, and then it hasn't disappeared. I don't know why. I mean, I could try to block up and get rid of it. Blame Jub. Who's Jub? Donnie, I don't think your English is Englishing right now. Autocorrect. That's okay. Me and Cole were texting each other last night, and he had said something and repeated like the same 3 words like 3 or 4 times, and I just went, huh? I am in a VC, but I am in the BrokeRock VC. That way, if any BrokeRockers wanted to join me, they could. Yeah, streams are gonna start looking a little bit different, Donnie. Yeah. My Tuesday, oh, excuse me, sorry. My Tuesday, Friday streams will pretty much remain the same outside of the Tuesday one for the next like 6 weeks. So until mid-March, I'm gonna try to do those streams early. You have to take Kimbo to the airport and leave the house by like 5. Oh God. You're good, Demon. And also that freaking sucks. Here, okay, where's this? Interesting. Hey, it's gone. I don't know how I managed that one. It could have been lag that caused it, to be honest. Well, have you tried not getting off at midnight, Demon? Oh, hold on. What was this? Well, guy streamed this morning, but I missed it. His title was about digging, and then said mistakes were made, and I'm kind of curious, but it's almost 3 hours. Yeah, I missed a stream this morning, too, because I was in class, and I fell asleep. No more holes, I bet. You'll be happy then. Oh my God, trust me, when I am done with this thing, I am not digging a hole this big ever again. Or at least not for a while. First time you've seen it. First time you've seen what, Donnie? Yeah, Kai was over here last night helping me take out some of this moss. Yeah, let's not lose your job, Demon.
Don't take that advice. Lose
Hey,
your
old...
job, it's fine.
Jesus, old guy.
No, I just heard y'all talking about me, so I thought I'd jump in for you.
Well, Dara was talking about you streaming this morning.
Started out kind of slow, but good times were had.
Yeah, I don't know, Dara.
What did Zero say?
I don't think that was you, but it is interesting that the game thought it was there enough to make noise, but not there enough to be flowing. It was water that I had glitched out. That's okay, just a combination of me and you breaking the server, it's fine.
It has had sketchy moments to it.
It really has.
It didn't help that I probably had about 200 Endermen on it the other day.
No, it was definitely not.
That wasn't helping the situation.
We'll still blame Judd for it, though.
Absolutely. 100%. It's all those crafting tables he keeps putting. That is 2 days in a row Judd has, like, surrounded me with crafting tables.
I don't understand why he makes so many crafting tables and then, like, we'll use a crafting table to make a crafting table. Like, that just makes no sense.
100%. And then put it within that same crafting table, put it within like 10 blocks of the first one.
Yeah. Old guy is kind of okay. Give me 1 second. Let me readjust this. To be fair, though, old guy is always quiet in Discord.
I am. Are you using that new what do you call it?
The stream elements saying
Yeah.
yeah.
Are you, yeah. I didn't know how well that was working. How to use it yet.
It's not hard to set up.
I've still been using my what do you call it? Streamlabs.
Let me turn the music down just a little bit too. It'll help.
Are you streaming music to YouTube?
Mhm. Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm streaming FX, so all of his music is royalty free.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I'm doing that.
I was like, because I know sometimes you just stream Spotify straight to the Twitch. Twitch doesn't really care one way or the other. I was just like, oh my god, I hope she is not. That would be really bad.
Yeah, no, I made sure I'm using music that I know for a fact is royalty free. Also, Cole, that sucks. You had a dream. You missed Jesus in return because you were in a giant hole. Alrighty, JP, that sounds like an interesting dream.
Same's right here. Me and Kelly, same's. We're gonna be in this hole right here.
I'm gonna have nightmares of this saying for the next, like, year.
I feel like we should all just do something terrible to Sint. This is really his fault. All of this.
Yeah.
I don't know what we should do, but something, right? Like heads must roll.
That's okay. I debated about pranking him, like, before, like, whenever he came back on, but I have not seen him
how do you prank somebody that
online.
never gets... Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you prank somebody that never gets online?
Yeah, you can't.
Like he's playing 3D chess. Like, haha, they can't prank me if I never get online. Yeah, he's playing 3D chess and we're playing checkers. So I mean, like, I guess I'm impressed.
Yeah, I don't know. When I joined back this season, I was under the impression that I was actually gonna get to play Minecraft with Sint.
Yeah, I think everybody had that impression. I'm just giving him a hard time. Like I know he had like a lot of crazy
Yeah.
things this year, but yeah, like now like those things have settled out.
No, what's kind of funny though is like me and Sint had talked about several times like recording a video together because you know it makes sense, we're base mates. And then every time we would go to sit down to record that, either me or him, one of us had something come up.
Like I saw y'all in voice chat, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I thought, oh man, they really did something. Like, all right, cool. And then like, never came out.
Yeah. I always got so excited too. I was like, okay, yes, finally. We've been talking about doing something together for a while now.
Oh.
And then it just never happened. Where is...
Like I have all kinds of like Discord alerts, like when things go on in various different servers.
Mm-hmm.
And like so, like if people jump into like voice chat and stuff, and like I get pinged and stuff. So like I was like, oh man, Sid and Kelly are in voice chat, and then like I was like, I'm not gonna disturb them, like right, you know, like
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. Like it's like if you see a unicorn, you don't want to spook it, you know. You just
Right. Yeah, he's... And it's like every time I tried to message him, I was like, hey, so what are we doing for this big hole that we're digging? And then just no response. And I'm like, okay. Like, I get you're busy, but okay. You know, I honestly was really hoping I was going to be able to build something over here. I still might have the chance.
I know I told you and I in voice chat a while ago that like we talked about in my stream this morning that we were just gonna like move this hole to every world from now on.
Yeah.
Until Sent gets it done, we're just gonna move it to every world. We're gonna copy and paste it into every world here on out till the end of time.
Yeah, he's on his own with that one.
I've already recruited Jamaica. He says he can make it happen. we're like halfway. This plan's already like worked out.
That'd be a great prank, though.
We already have like people on board that can make it happen.
Yeah, no, that would be a great prank.
That's what we did. That's what we did during my stream, Daryl. So you didn't miss much. We were planning on getting Sent back.
That would be a great prank.
God, that's terrible.
It's just whole haunts him the rest of Broke Rock.
I don't even know who's all along. Oh, looking sick, Boyded. Oh man, Boyded has been on so much lately. I'm really looking forward to like catching up with what he's been doing. I saw his casino thing that he made.
I think that you get to pick what the walls is and what you want inside of it. Honestly, at this rate, it might as well be.
We should just build a big statue of Callie and Dara and Walking Stick because they have put in the work here.
I also thought about, I was like, hey, why don't we fill in the top with glass? That way we can walk across the base without falling into this giant pit of despair.
You're ready to get the smelting right now.
And I had asked Sin about it, and he's like, nah, I think I want to leave it open. And I was like, alright. And I was like, we've got this freaking sand.
we even started conspiring it to like put TNT everywhere and blow it up.
Oh my god, yeah.
I mean, people were like, "Oh, I have a shulker full of TNT." There was TNT on the table.
I got 2 shulkers full of gunpowder that somebody gave me for rockets that I now can't use.
The offer was legitimate. There was TNT promised. Saying.
Me and Sit had even discussed about just blowing this place up, and he's like, "Well, we'll have to find a way to not destroy the geodes."
I'm with you about the geodes.
Well, he had a plan to use them for building something, is the thing. That's why he wanted to leave them.
There was even wither talk. Now, I talked down the wither talk, but there was wither talk.
Who was it? Somebody last night asked me how I'd feel about that, and I was like, eh. Sounds like
Well,
a
the
great
problem is-
way for the wither to get lost on the server.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want Joker 2.
Oh god.
Joker 2 Electric Boogaloo, because, you know, that
That
didn't
went
work out so well.
That went great. Not really.
So we talked that down, but there is some TNT on the table. Just saying. I don't want to say who, because I promise not to report them. Everyone in the chat was sworn to secrecy.
Yeah, no. Like, I had told Sid several times, it's like, can we just blow this place to bits? Like, get most of it gone anyway.
I mean, we still could.
We could.
Might make a funny video just saying.
No withers. Dara, I promise. No withers.
The problem is that you can't control them.
No.
Withers are just like, I mean, you can release them and hope that they, you know, hope it works out and kill them if it don't. But there's no like, they could just take off and go through the side of the
Yep.
circle. You know, like. I remember this one time, me and Fizz had this stupid idea. We were gonna fight some withers in a boat.
Oh god.
And it did not work out for us. It did not. It went south very, very fast. So I've learned my lesson about
Ouch.
withers in the water.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah, I won't be part of any wither business. Absolutely, Callie should just pick and do whatever she wants.
TNT isn't as effective as you guys think. I mean, if you have a lot of it in one area, it will be. Also, Demon Your Hydrate has been redeemed.
Yeah, you need to drink clean fluids with whatever kind of bigger problems that you currently have.
Yeah, I bought some of those Propel like water flavorings. It's got like the electrolytes and stuff in them.
Right? Drink Brondo. got electrolyte. How many people in the chat know what Brondo is?
I have no idea what that is. Whether it could do it, but TNT will hardly make a dent. I mean, if you place it right, there, you think Kai ended up falling asleep? Yeah, that sounds about right, Cole.
Maybe. I mean, it is what? About midnight there right now?
Oh, no, so, okay. I know two different Kais. The Kai that Cole's talking about is somebody from a different server. It's not our Kai.
Okay. It's pretty late where Kai is.
Yeah.
BrokerockSMP Kai.
That's what, it was funny, because the other night I was referring to the other Kai as little, or like baby Kai. And Cole was like, yeah, don't ever do that again. And I'm like, well,
I
too
don't know
bad.
if you know that, but yeah, guys don't like that.
It'll be alright.
I mean, some guys probably do, but like, they have to pay extra.
Demon, we've got somebody on the server that has a gunpowder farm. Creeper farm, whatever. So it wouldn't be that hard.
I think Jackson Kai has a gunpowder. Even
I
if
think
they don't,
so.
it's not that hard.
No. And it's like, we've got plenty of sand. You only know 2?
I'm gonna finish this whole I built over today.
I'm just removing sand.
I found that if I dig 24 by 24 holes, that mobs can't spawn in here with me. I'm never far enough away.
Oh, there you go. I was gonna ask you, what made you decide to fill in the bottom of the end around your base?
Stupidity? or decision-making skills? I don't know. I had this like weird idea that I would build this like really decorative area, and like I still plan on finishing it. I'm gonna finish it. But yeah, I thought, man, like this little train ride here, you know what it needs? It needs like decoration because it's like a 1,000-mile long bridge, right?
Yeah.
So every time I ride the train, I think, man, this is really boring just looking out into nothing. You know, I should build like a little, kind of like a diorama, you know, like you know, like when you're in school and you built like these little scenes, you know.
Oh yeah.
I thought that'd be cool.
That would be cool.
We'll see. We'll see how it turns out.
Hey Demon, if you're getting a headache, drink some water and take some ibuprofen or something.
Hydrate, bro. Also, caffeine is good for headache.
Yep. Anytime I get a migraine, that's what I do, is I grab something with caffeine in it and then take some medicine, drink some water, and take a nap.
But if you take a nap, leave the stream on.
Yeah.
A view is a view.
I mean, I did fall asleep the last stream day we did.
There you go. A view is a view. It doesn't matter if you're awake or not.
No, what's so weird is that I'm only sleeping thing on Twitch. There's like thousands of people that will literally just tune into somebody's stream and watch them sleep. I thought it was weird.
It is very weird. The only 2 people I've watched sleep on a stream is Centernet and Dr. Jansayan.
I missed that stream where Cent fell asleep.
I wasn't around then, but I rewatched it later. And I thought it was so good. I thought it was fake.
Yeah, I remember my mom was like, "Hey, so you really should have been there for Cent's stream," and I was like, "Oh, what are you talking about?" And then she's like, "Yeah, he fell asleep on stream," and I went, "There's no way he did," and she's like,
Yeah.
"Yep."
Yeah, the first time I saw it, I was like, "This is fake. You guys are lying. like this is like he just made this video. Like it was so fantastic. Like I thought it was fake."
Yeah, no.
And the other one was Dr. Jan Cyan. We were playing 7 Days to Die. Me, him, and like Shady, I think. And like he'd been enjoying a few adult waters, and he was streaming. It was like the first time he'd ever used like a face cam.
Oh,
and, like,
no.
he just like leans over in his chair and just like leans back and just goes smooth asleep. And we're like, sort of like, no way this is happening. Like this is, but like, and like the worst part is that he didn't save the VOD. He had his Twitch set up wrong to not save the VODs. I was so, and like I didn't realize it, or I would have like screen recorded it or whatever. But
Yeah.
I was disappointed.
That's
Lost
great.
Forever. Lost forever.
Yeah, no, I remember the last BrokeRock stream day we did. I didn't sleep for like, I think it was almost 48 hours. And I was like, okay, I gotta do this stream. And that was also the same week. It was the weekend where we streamed the 3 days, and then I had streamed before and then streamed 2 days after. And I remember I just bought a bunch of energy drinks hoping that would keep me awake, and then we were working on where the warden spawns, and I just passed out at my desk.
Oh, I can't drink those energy drinks. They make me too jittery.
Oddly enough, most of the time energy drinks just put me to sleep. It depends on which one it is.
I took one of those little 3-hour energy bottles.
Oh God.
And I thought I was having a heart attack.
Them things are nasty.
Apparently, like that's actually 2 doses in there, and I didn't realize that. And like I'm super sensitive to caffeine anyways. But, yeah, I thought I was having a heart attack.
Oh no, did I mute my sound alerts again? No. Why did that? Interesting. I don't know if that played for you guys, but it did not play for me. I love technology sometimes. Also, Demon, it's always a good idea to keep some kind of medication on you, especially when you go to work, whether in your lunchbox or something.
That's real talk right there.
I used to carry a bag of like Advil or ibuprofen on me because my knees would hurt so bad at work. Did it? Okay, I didn't hear it go off on my end. And I actually learned that trick from my mom because like she always keeps like Excedrin or like ibuprofen or something in her lunchbox when she goes to work, which is pretty smart in my opinion.
Yeah, I jumped in here this morning and I thought, you know what? I've got like a couple hours stream. I'll just crank out this 24 by all the way down to Bedrock in like 2 hours.
Yeah.
Not even close. Not even close.
I've noticed the last couple of days you kind of misjudged. It's alright though. I've been doing the same thing.
I really thought I was gonna crank that Enderman farm out in one part. That thing took like 12 hours.
That's
across,
okay.
like 3 streams.
I genuinely thought I was gonna get the rest of the water drained in like a day. Yeah, no, it took me 3 days.
Yeah. I always had these great plans of, oh, well, I'll just crank that out and then I'll be done with it. Nope, it's gonna take 3 streams. 100% every time. I'm gonna finish this hole today though, before midnight.
Yeah, no, I think my biggest thing is like I've been kind of burnt out on this season, but it's just because like there is so much to do, and I feel like we're not getting anywhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say the problem is you've only been doing this one thing. Like it's too like smaller projects. That way you feel like you accomplished something.
Used to carry both Tylenol and ibuprofen around in a travel tube. Yeah, see, that's honestly like one of the best things you could do. But that's why that's why when I went to go build that tower for Love Dust, I didn't have a problem doing it or finishing the back half of my nether tunnel.
Yeah.
Because it was doing something else, and I was like, oh, I actually got this done in 3 days or whatever.
Yeah. 100%. You feel like you did something.
Yeah.
So like I mined over here for like I don't know 3 or 4 days, and I mined a lot of blocks. I took it down like 4 or 5 levels, but if you looked at it, it looked the same.
Yeah, and it's like I know like Walking Stick and Dare had been on the server, and like I had went like a couple of weeks where I didn't get on because I was like I just need to go do something else for a little bit. And I come back and I was like, it looks like nothing has been done. Like, what is going on? And then I realized, I'm like, okay, well, this is why.
This is a very ambitious build.
It really is.
Or did.
Like, I don't mind doing big projects, but having help is nice. So it's like
One of
I know if Walking Stick and Dara weren't helping me this season, I would not be this far at all.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They've been huge help, I'm sure.
And it's like you and I think Kai and I think Judd's been over here, and I know Love Dust
No.
has been over here. Like,
Oh, Judd came over here for sure. You know what he did?
huh?
Like this hole I'm digging, he like dug out a little chamber at the bottom of it, and then like placed like 20 crafting tables.
Oh my lord.
That's what Judd did today.
That
I'm gonna
checks
get him,
out.
and I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna do something terrible. I don't know what it's gonna be, and it's gonna involve crafting tables. Oh,
I think it was season 1 or 2. I don't remember what season it was, but he had went through and pranked Sint's entire base full of crafting tables.
I mean, one time me and DJC built a 100 by 100 square cube of crafting tables
Oh god.
to encapsulate hit Judd's base.
Oh god.
I mean, we chopped all those trees manually. And this is before bamboo, so like there was no like, I mean, I guess we could have automated it, but we're idiots and don't know how to do that. So
I felt that.
the yeah, and you know what he did? He cut them down and made a castle out of them.
Oh my god. I think I remember that actually.
Judd is a maniac. Crafting table.
I mean, Demon, if you don't have meds, at least drink some water. Or some kind of caffeine to help. Yeah, no, I don't know what this cold or whatever this is that I've got, but I am so sick and tired of coughing.
I kind of woke up like that this morning too. Like for here, it's the weather. It's just so. It's 1 minute it's warm and next minute it's cold.
Well,
It makes all the trees freak out.
yeah, and like 3 weeks ago, like 3-4 weeks ago, I don't know, right before Christmas I got sick, and it took me like 2 or 3 weeks to get over that, and I just got over it to turn around and get sick again.
Good news is that the bird flu is on its way, and also COVID is back. So good news.
I don't know if that's good news or not.
Oh, did I say good news?
Yeah.
I guess bad news is the right word. Yeah.
And see, the
I've
whole
seen-
thing with
I've
the
seen that in the news.
yeah, and I just bought eggs too. Back trying to borrow some money from a friend. Welcome back, JP.
No, I'm thinking something more like instead of giving Judd crafting tables, I put crafting tables, and then if he approaches them, they explode. He doesn't watch them blow
Oh,
up.
yeah.
He doesn't watch his precious crafting tables burn. Something like that. Not give him more crafting tables. That's crazy talk.
That'd actually be
there'll
a
be no
great
more.
prank against Judd.
There'll be no more crafting tables. They're not giving him crafting tables. That's what he wants. He's got a monkey on his back with crafting tables.
Demon, that was nice of that customer to buy you a monster. How much of this? Oh. There's a lot more sand here than I thought there was. Ugh.
You need sand?
No. No, I do not.
Is there a blocks you need if you need pickaxes? I got a whole like shulker full of pickaxes.
I was like, I've got pickaxes. I just go fix them.
Not me. I just break them and then go make new ones.
Fair.
I'm gonna quit putting mending on them. I enchanted all these with mending because I thought, oh, I'll go mend them. I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, I think it was Kai was nice enough to give both me and Walking Stick netherite and a frame or whatever it is to make a pickaxe with.
Nice. I gave him a whole shulker full of pickaxes, a diamond.
Speaking of, I need to give Walking Stick his netherite still.
I'm too lazy to make netherite tools.
MG got pranked by Judd and then used a crafting table about what the rest of the season. Yeah, I do. That was funny. I do remember that one. That was great. You know, I also...
More...
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I also don't think me and Mom have done the whole organizational fairy thing since, like, season 2.
Oh, is that when you sorted Centronet's chest to death?
Yeah, yes.
That's not right. I'm not very organized, but that's not how you do it.
Dude, that sucked. I spent like that whole season and the rest of that season trying to organize this freaking chest.
Oh, by the way, I'm not picking up any of these blocks. So
that's fine.
I mean, I am. I'm picking up the ores, but I'm just putting them in my pocket.
Trust me, I think we got plenty of blocks.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do to the job, but I'm going to do something terrible. And it's going to be funny. I haven't figured out what I'm doing, but it's gonna be something. Maybe I should make a statue of him like I did Gal and make like a dress for him out of crafting.
That'd be great. That is totally how you do it. Don't listen to old guy. Stupid Enderman. Stop placing random blocks.
Don't listen to old guys is the best advice somebody can have.
I mean, with all your crazy ideas, yeah, that makes sense.
No, I'm a bad idea machine. The problem is that I have an enablers, right? They're like DJC Judd, like they're like, oh yeah, that's a good idea, let's do that. That's the problem right there. No one ever sits me down and goes, oh God, that's a terrible idea, don't do that. No, they're all just like, yeah, let's do it.
At least, you don't rope other people into your bad ideas to force
100%
them.
I do.
Well, like, try to give Sint some crap.
Oh yeah, 100%. Internet tricked all of y'all into doing this. I said that early in the season that this was like that book, Huckleberry Finn.
Yeah.
This is convincing y'all to come paint the fence. Here I am. I'm over here painting the fence now too, so I don't. You know, it happens to the best of us, I guess. Yeah, 100%.
Honestly, I think the reason
John,
why
everybody would do.
a lot of people have come over and helped is just because they feel pity for me.
Yeah, 100%. Like, yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Like, I have been
Also-
working my butt off on this thing.
Of course, I mean, I can see the progress you've made, but the problem is that the world no longer goes to zero. It goes to negative.
Yeah.
And so, like, projects like this used to be kind of doable, but there's a whole nother half of the world now.
Yeah.
I think going all the way to zero was unrealistic.
I'm gonna make a bamboo farm hooked to an auto crafter array, only for crafting tables and name it the Judd machine.
Like, just have them, like, dispense out into lava.
I think old guy needs to make one of those block spitters to spit crafting tables into lava at
Yeah.
Judd's base, yeah.
We'll make it use acacia trees. I'll build my very first ever tree farm that uses acacia trees to, like, make into crafting tables that get spit into lava.
Was Judd Team Acacia? I don't remember.
No,
No.
he's Team Birch. We would not even talk to him anymore. Team Acacia. You think me and DJC would put up with that? We would not.
No. That's okay. Right around like when all the whole Team Birch, Team Acacia stuff was going on, like really going on, that same season I made that dock out of acacia.
Right. We would hunt Judd down in real life.
Poor Judd.
I mean, there's really not a lot of places he can go. Right?
Fair.
Because, like, here, I can hunt him down in the U.S. DJC can hunt him down in Europe. We got Orc who can hunt him down in Asia. There's only so many places he can go. So, yeah, he has to be Team Birch for hunting down. See the ridiculous. DJC made this like giant pixel map art. I wish I could show it to you right now.
If it was
I'll
before
send you a
caves and
picture of it
cliffs, okay. We would have been done. I dug 0 to 4, 15 chunks. I'll get off my lawn. Yeah, that's the whole problem with this, though, is like, if the caves and cliffs update didn't exist and they didn't drop the Y level, we would have been done with this, like, digging months ago, and we would have had something built.
Yeah, 100%. But when you think about like where the water is at like Y63, right?
Yeah.
So if it goes down to like 0 or 4 or whatever, like the old, you'd already be done now. But now there's twice as much world between the top of the water and the bedrock.
Yeah.
Literally twice as deep.
Like, don't get me wrong, I did enjoy the Caves and Cliffs update because, you know, they made the caves different. It's not all the same, like, copy and paste, but for projects like this, I hate it.
I'm not a fan of the caves. That's gonna come out there.
I mean, fair.
I'm team flatland. Me. I don't like the ravines. I don't like the caves. I'm an old man and I'm gonna be grumpy and tell people to get off my lawn.
I think it would be cool if BrokeRock did something like Get Off My Lawn again. That season was fun.
There exists an old world type, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like when you make a world now, you can make it flat or you can make it, you know, regular or whatever.
Yeah.
But there used to be a third world type, and it was called Old World.
That was when it was limited to so many chunks, right?
Exactly right. It was 16 by 16 chunks. There were no caves. There were no ravines. No none of that, right? It was just solid blocks all the way down. You can still make them, but you have to use like NBT editors and things like that. You can't make them from in-game anymore. Used to be you can make them in-game.
Yeah.
I think they got rid of that in like 1.17 or something like that. I don't remember the exact update that they got rid of it. There was some point in time that they did.
Yeah, no, not gonna lie though, there are some days that I do miss like old Minecraft.
Yes and no. I mean, like, I miss some of the old console stuff, like the Elytra races and all that stuff.
Oh my
Like
god,
for the
yeah.
minigames. Those are amazing. And I think they should just put those on the marketplace. That would be the thing to do, right?
Yeah.
I miss the old tutorial worlds. Those were so
Those were fun.
things like that. Every time there was an update, there was a new tutorial world. Yeah, so those were really cool. But I really wish that some of that was still available. Like if they would just release those on the marketplace. Most of the 4J content is still there. So like all the map packs and things that they made, which I thought 4J made some of the best textures that have ever been made in Minecraft.
Same
Like
demon. You know, actually the original tutorial world on, I think it was 360, me and my boyfriend at the time had recreated that for his sibling. Cause like, I don't think she fully remembered that world because she was fairly young. But
the tutorial worlds were just really good. Like it was a really cool. They were always really cool. They always had like a castle or a little small village, or I mean, it was always very on point to what the new update did.
yeah.
That's one of the, like the little charming things that I think Minecraft Bedrock misses versus the old console.
Alright, has been redeemed, demon. I completely forgot about the world that they made for the B update.
But like a lot of people forget how janky that old Minecraft used to be. Like the console version. I never played the Java version. I mean, I've played it like 5 times total my entire life. So I don't have those fond memories of Java, but I do have a console. And so, but people forget how little the worlds are used to be. Like 512 blocks. Like you would get to the edge of the map and there would just be water.
Yeah.
You couldn't go any further.
So
Like
actually,
the worlds are tiny, tiny.
yeah. So I am currently playing an old mod pack on Java called Blood and Bones, and that goes back to like 1.6 on Java. And it's crazy to see how different Minecraft is now compared to then.
Yeah, I mean, like if you go back really far, like no elytras, there's no this, there's no that, there's no
combat's
there's no
different,
copper,
like
right. Villager stuff is different. Like it's all just like you forget how far we've advanced.
yeah, I kind of forgot how sucky the villager trading used to be.
Yeah, where you used to have to well, like at one point there wasn't even villager trading. It was just like you put villagers together and they would make iron farm, but you had to use like doors and all this crazy nonsense to like, oh, is this a valid door? Is this like, does it have sky access and all this stuff? It was just crazy nonsense. So yeah, it's wild to go back and look at some of that stuff. Yeah, we have it so much better now. So like I said, there was no elytras, there was no like half the potions, all the enchantments. A lot of the enchantments didn't even exist back then.
Nope.
There was no trident, there was no mace, there was no there was no netherite. There was Has the mobs that are in the game now didn't exist back then.
I still
you know,
kind of hate the drowns, not gonna lie.
I don't like fighting them, but I do like that they drop bombs.
I just think at this point I'm just done irritated with them because I've had to deal with them for so long.
Oh yeah, probably base in a desert next time. You have to see the water.
Yeah, at one point I thought about doing something similar to what my mom did and build an underwater base, but I was like, after this season,
More drown. Yeah.
I'm good.
Go base in a nether where there's no water at all.
Oh Lord.
I would, but I hate the nether. I just don't. I just dislike it.
I still thought it was pretty neat that you were basing in the end.
I actually quite enjoyed it. I would base in the end again. I would do things differently than I did them this time, just because I learned a lot about. Like I'd never really messed around the end too much. Cause I don't care about Elytra, so there wasn't ever really a reason for me to go to the end.
Right.
I don't care about Elytras, which is weird to base in the end and not care about Elytras.
Mesa has a cute doggy. It's true.
I wouldn't build on the islands next if I did it again. I would just build out in the void. Some of the things I wanted to do, I thought, well, all these islands are in the way. I'd have to break all these islands. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I really need to learn how to like build all these different farms and stuff too, so I can stop relying on other people.
That is one of the things about the end dimension is that there are a lot of farms you can build and there's a lot of farms you can't. So like the only mobs that spawn there obviously are Endermen, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't build say like a creeper farm, or you couldn't build a whatever stuff, but like you could build like villager stuff, or you could build a sheep farm if you brought sheep with you. You could build things that you brought with you, pretty much everything you had to bring with you.
Yeah. See, I think a while ago I tried to build an iron farm, and it did not go well.
I tried to build an iron farm in the end dimension, like a really, really big one, and it did not go well because I can't tell what time it is. Like it throws me off. So like
right.
when I start attacking villages, like is it daytime? Is it nighttime? It just like messes me up. So maybe I need to get like a cam account and hang out in the overworld so I can see the sun.
Mean, I don't know if the clocks or anything work in the end, but there's always that option.
No, they just spin. Same thing with the nether, they just spin around and around.
Oh, yeah, that sucks.
So like maybe I could do it if I had my cam account in like the overworld, where I could look over my other monitor and see. Oh, it's almost nighttime. Yeah. So I didn't build a stacked iron farm this season. And I did, but I abandoned it in the overworld.
Does this chest have anything in it? No.
Can't build creaking farms in the nether or the end. Because creaking don't spawn there.
I haven't even messed around with the most recent update, to be honest.
I did a little bit, and I'm gonna say meh.
I was like, I know a lot of people weren't happy with it.
I traveled, even though I probably could have found one closer, because I think Kai and Jax found one closer. I traveled out like 15,000 blocks to find that. I had to visit 2 different pale garden biomes.
Jeez.
Because I'm so lazy, I didn't even go through the nether. I just went overworld. Because I didn't want to dig a tunnel.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
And that's like still like 2,000 blocks in that mailer.
I have a feeling Dara's gonna yell at me for my organization here.
I do, Dara, because I have a iron farm in my base that while I'm AFK doing other things in my base, it just makes iron. So when I would like AFK to like get shulker shells or AFK to like run wool and stuff, it would just be making iron. I have blocks and blocks and blocks iron. But I don't have a really big iron farm.
Who covered my chest in the middle of the floor over here instead of digging backwards?
Good question.
I don't know, somebody's been slabbing our little in the wall storage area.
The only thing I've been slabbing is get a drink or something.
I'm good.
Slime chunk. I've just the only thing I slab is the slime chunk.
Yeah, I noticed in some of the spots where you were digging, it's just chunks that you hadn't touched, and it's like, those are slime chunks.
Yeah, 100% those are slime chunks. Because I just don't, like, I never mess with them. I just dig around them and just keep going.
Which, I don't blame you. Slimes are definitely one thing I am over this season as well. Cole, no promises. I'm trying not to die.
You're not doing a very good job of it, I'm just saying.
I know I'm not.
Yeah, I'm terrible.
That's okay. Oh, that's all deep slate. Oopsies. Death is bad, yeah, no duh. Listen, it's not my fault that my body decided that we were gonna get sick. Yeah, that sounds like such a, great thing there, Demon. Probably gonna go home and huff it or something.
I have a cousin who's a postman, and he's had COVID like 12 times.
Jeez.
I feel like he might be the person going around giving it to everybody.
I have lucked out, and have not had COVID.
I'm just thinking, like, how many times can you have COVID before the government puts you down?
Yeah, I don't know.
Stray dog. They just be like, sorry, bud, you've had COVID 12 times. We have to kill you now. For the greater good.
Like when COVID was really like huge over here, in the States.
2020.
Yeah, 2020. Literally, I got quarantined so many times because people in the guard, when I did color guard in the band, kept getting it. And then when I was living with my ex, his mom got it 2 or 3 times, and then he ended up getting it. I was like, I was constantly around people that were getting COVID, but thankfully lucked out, never got it.
Me neither, never got it. And like the weird thing is, my dad got it, and stepmom, they both got it like a couple of times, and that's whenever he got really sick, and I did go to the nurse home, and I went out there and stayed with them for like about 2 or 3 months, and helped them get all their business in order.
Yeah.
And like I never got COVID the whole time I was out there, even though everybody out there, like everybody in West Texas, got COVID. That was like their favorite pastime, getting COVID.
Now, however, like right before COVID became a huge thing here in the States. I did get like super sick for like 3 or 4 days. And it was funny because my mom had called the doctors and they're like, she's like, hey, like these are the symptoms, whatever. And the doctors thought I had jaundice.
Ooh, that's a rough one. That's where your liver shuts down, right? Your eyes turn all yellow.
It is. And my mom literally was like, she's not yellow. She's fine. It's not this. It's something else.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The only thing I really know about jaundice is that your liver, and it makes your eyes and your skin yellow.
Yeah. I think I just either had like a really bad like 72-hour bug or something.
Sometimes if you eat stuff that has too much carotene in it, like carrots and things. So like if you eat stuff that has too much carotene, it can make your skin kind of turn like a little orangey. You have to be careful of that too. Like you're not sick, so like sometimes doctors like misdiagnose it, being like jaundice or whatever, and it really just like you have too much carotene.
Where did that? Oh, that mine Kermis went all the way back. Yeah, just keep it out of our house until Christmas of 23, and then we all got it. That sucks, Dara.
Dara's from Canada. She's gonna be all bragging about her free healthcare.
Gosh darn it.
They're like, and then I went to the doctor and they cured it and didn't charge me anything.
Yeah, I don't know, because I was around it so much, I don't know how I didn't get it either. And like, I don't get sick often, but that was one thing I thought for sure that I was gonna end up with.
Yeah, I was pretty sure I was gonna get it, but I never did, and I was really happy about it. When I get sick, usually it's just allergies. I have super bad allergies.
Yeah.
I'm allergic to like cedar and grass and stuff.
Ew.
The worst. Here in Texas, cedar, man, that's a big one.
Gosh darn it.
I was born out in West Texas, where it's all deserts and dirt. So like we didn't have all the much grass out out there.
Yeah.
And then I moved to East Texas, and so like it's nothing but grass here. So I have like really bad grass allergies and cedar allergies. And people are always like, eat honey, like it'll make you better. It doesn't. This gives you the diabetes.
Yeah. Do I even want to know, Dara? Because, I mean, I've heard Brady talk about him, kinda, sort of.
Here's the fun fact about Canada. Is right, so like everyone thinks Canada's all really nice, right? But like they just are pretending. Wait until you find out that a big chunk of the Geneva Conventions, right? Which is like stuff you're not allowed to do during wartime, is written about Canada.
Oh.
Like the crazy stuff they were doing during like World War I and World War II. Like they had to like make these essentially laws about like Canada needs to settle it down.
Jeez.
That's why I'm glad Canada's on our side.
I seen an article the other day which I thought was absolutely hilarious, that Canada's gonna try to find a way to impeach Trump.
Nice.
I don't know how true it is, but I kinda hope it is.
Laws don't apply anymore. You just do whatever you want.
Right?
Way to go, Canada. Do whatever you want. I support your decision.
I mean, can you blame him after Trump stated that he was gonna make Canada the 51st state?
Like I said, Canada is had to be told to sell it down, so I don't know that I would go invading Canada. That might not be the best idea. Just gonna put that out there. They don't. They do wild stuff like put guns on gooses and stuff.
Could you imagine just walking down the street and just a goose with a gun?
They, like during World War II, they took like because like bombs weren't smart like they are now. Like they didn't have computers and stuff.
Yeah.
Is that they would train birds like pigeons and stuff to peck at pictures of boats, right? They would take a boat, and every time the bird would peck that picture, they would give it food. So they would put them inside these bombs, like where the pigeon could see the boat, and would like move its head and guide the bomb towards the boat. Like they were doing crazy stuff like that. I mean, the U.S. was doing it too, but Canada also. They were using like bird bombs. Wild stuff went on during World War II. Stuff that like nowadays would like you would for sure go to prison. Like we're just suggesting these kind of things. But it was a different wild time.
No, that's actually crazy.
Yeah, they would train these birds to guide the bombs down to boats.
I have a sneaking suspicion that this moss here is covering water. Oh, 'cause it is.
Yeah, 100%. When I was mining up there, a lot of times the moss would be covering water. I don't even know where that moss came from.
Oh, this shouldn't be too bad to drain.
Redstone ore.
Okay, what is... why? That makes no sense.
Listen, I'm just going to say this right now, that Trump doesn't know what a tariff is. Don't take his word on knowing what stuff is. He just says things, don't take it seriously.
Well, considering he signed a law, right, that was supposed to be, your assigned gender at birth, but didn't fully read it, so I guess now everybody in the U.S. is officially a female.
I think he used AI to generate that stuff. People were talking about like when you start looking at the text, it reads like AI stuff.
It does.
That's terrifying to me that there's like they put so much faith into AI stuff that they're just like, yeah, it's fine. We'll just use AI.
No, it's not fine.
Like pass laws. We'll just use AI to pass laws. It's fine. That's terrifying to me because AI is like so ridiculous. AI can't get basic things correct.
No.
And like, so like if you ask it how many like Super Bowls like the Philadelphia Eagles have won, it'll say things like 33. Okay, but that can't be possible because there's only like 70 Super Bowls total. You're gonna tell me they won like half of them? No. Like, so it can't even get like really simple stuff correct.
Well,
and,
it's
like lawyers and stuff have tried using AI to like write its like court opinions and stuff. Crazy.
There's been a couple times where I've used AI or like ChatGPT to kind of help me get like unstuck through whatever I was coding, and the time you spend trying to fix it is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. I can imagine that. And like it would be like one person that barely knows how to code and then like another person that knows how to code trying to work on the same project.
Yeah.
Like they're not going to be coded even remotely the same. Even if it was correct, it's not going to be even close to being able to integrate with what a human has written.
About how he never had his hand on the Bible for swearing in. Oh, I guess I missed that one.
I'm less worried about that. And we're worried that he doesn't know
No, what's... the fuck did I just take damage from? That was interesting. No, but I seen something the other day, or it might have been this morning, that I guess people were expecting Martin Luther King to be at the inauguration. And I'm like,
no way.
how stupid do you have to be?
He's been dead like 50, 60 years.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact date. I can't just bring that information up in my brain, but he's been dead quite a while. Okay, because they thought John F. Kennedy Jr. was gonna show up at the first inauguration. He's been dead since like the 90s.
Did you say blow up?
No, show up.
Oh, show up.
Gonna show up. Yeah, he was gonna show up at the second inauguration. At the first inauguration, sorry. And I'm like, well, he's dead. He's been dead since the 90s. That's the thing.
I was like, I don't know what they're teaching in schools now, or if people are just genuinely that stupid.
Also, he was a Democrat. So I don't know why we'd be there. Even if he was alive. Also, MLK would be a Democrat.
Yeah.
So unlikely that they would be at either inauguration. Assuming they were still alive. MLK was clearly assassinated, and JFK Jr. was killed in an airplane crash. And they
Was it
buried
a
him at
creep?
sea,
Oh, I guess it was a creeper.
which would have been a terrible mistake if he was still alive.
Oh my lord, JP, that's funny. Yeah, no, it's kind of funny because, like, I didn't vote. I didn't register to vote. And my grandma was like, well, you don't have a right to complain. And I'm like, no, I do have a right to complain, thank you.
Yeah, I pay taxes. It's my right to complain right there. Citizen, I pay taxes.
Exactly.
I have a right to vote or a right not to vote. And I voted, but that's neither here nor there. But if you are a citizen and pay taxes of any kind, sales tax, property tax, income tax, any of those, you have 100%. Even if you're not a citizen, go ahead and feel free to complain.
Yeah. And I'm like, I'm going to anyway. Like, I haven't, like, in most recent years, like, I hadn't really been paying attention to politics, but now I really actually have been paying attention, and I'm just like, we're screwed.
Horrifying, right? Yeah. Like when you start paying attention, it's horrifying. All the way across the board.
Yeah, 100%. Now, I guess there was a thing somewhere that, I guess, I don't know if it was Elon or Trump admitted to him rigging the election, and I was like, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Whether or not it's true.
Yeah, I was gonna say, here's the problem with them, is that, like, there's so much noise just coming out of them that, like, it's hard to know what's real and what's not real, and like what to actually be upset about, and what, and like they just like exhaust you until you just don't care. You're just like, I don't care. Like just I don't care. They just try to exhaust you with crazy nonsense. Like I'm gonna invade Canada, or I'm gonna take over Greenland, or like none of that's happening. It's just noise.
Yeah, it's just like, I'll believe it when it actually happens.
Like I said, Canada's not one to be trifled with.
Right.
They might look all polite and stuff, but you don't wanna find out. You don't wanna be in the find out part of the equation. Especially not with Canada.
Yeah, Brady was telling me the other day that I guess Canada doesn't really talk about politics openly, and I was like, oh, that's interesting.
It's quite interesting.
And I don't know if it's just from, like, particular where he's from, or if it's just across the board.
I don't know. I only know a couple of Canadians.
Same.
Mostly just Dara. And my good personal friend, Ryan Reynolds.
No, I kind of forgot he existed.
I'm gonna just tell you right now, that Deadpool movie that they made, Deadpool and Wolverine, if you haven't seen it, then just skip it, because you'll be disappointed.
To be honest, I've only seen, I think, the first Deadpool movie, and that's it. I had no
So good. The
plan
first one
to
was so
watch
good.
it.
And the second one was pretty good. I was like, yeah, alright, this is good. And man, when they came out with that Deadpool Wolverine, I was like, this is it, right? This is gonna be the greatest superhero movie I've ever seen in my whole life. And just know, I hate multiverse stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's lazy. I think it's lazy writing.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you haven't seen it, just skip it. I almost went to the movie theaters and saw it. Do you know how mad I would have been if I had to go and like put on pants and like drive and like go sit near like other people in real life? How mad I would have been about how terrible this movie. Paid $20 or whatever movie tickets cost now.
Yeah.
How mad I would have been. I would have been so mad. I would have been so mad. But no, I held out. I said, I'll just watch it when it gets on Disney Plus. I'm so glad I did that.
It's like me and my ex went to go watch Twister when that movie, or Twisters, whatever the name of that movie was when it came out.
Right? I didn't see it. How was it?
It was alright. Definitely not as good as the original.
Yeah, the original was pretty good. Yeah, Helen Hunt and what's that guy's name? Oh, what is his stupid name? He's in like a million movies. What is his name?
I couldn't tell you.
Nah, it doesn't matter. But yeah, the original one was so good. But yeah, I did not see the new one. Like, there are certain movies where I will go and see like a movie in the theaters, right?
Mm-hmm.
But man, if I had to put on pants and drive, like to get to a good movie theater for me, it's like about 30 to 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Like by the time I, pay $20 and get some to drink, you're in like 30, 40 bucks. And like if the movie's not good, I'm just so disappointed. I know in 3 months I'll be able to sit on just on my.
Yeah, there for a while. Oh, Dara says Bill Paxton.
That is his name, Bill Paxton. Good job, Dara. He died. I didn't know.
There for a while. I was like always so excited to like go see a new Transformers movie or like a new Fast and Furious movie in theaters. And now it's just like they're not even that good anymore.
They're not that good. Thank you, right there. The last good one was like Tokyo Drift.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I personally think the Fast and Furious series does need to die. Like, there's so many movies, and they're getting ready to come out with another one.
Listen, Vin Diesel can be in other movies. I'm just saying. Make some more Chronicles of Riddick movies, or
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
They
Remade Twister. I think it's called Twisters, if I remember correctly, and it came out last summer, I believe.
Sounds right. I remember seeing the trailers. Like back in the day, they used to just act like Helen Hunt was like the hottest chick in the world, and I'm like, is everyone blind? I mean, I am. Really, everyone else is not, right? She's a good actress, but Conan just calming down.
Not gonna lie, I kind of want to rewatch Twister. That was a good movie.
It was a good movie. Yeah, it was a good movie. I did not know that Bill Paxton died. I did not know that.
Sharknado. Oh my god. I still have to get to watch that movie.
Listen, I love stupid movies. Like you don't like you never take them too seriously. You can't be disappointed by them. Go into a Sharknado movie. You're not expecting it to be good. You're like, yeah, this is Sharknado, so I'm just gonna sit here and watch it. It's gonna be bad, and you know it's gonna be bad. You would never go see Sharknado in the movie theater. Waste $40. But to put on your good shoes. You would never do that. You would watch it at home. And go, yeah, Sharknado. That's fun. I love terrible movies.
I used to watch all of those like crappy like natural disaster movies all the time. Like Arctic Blast and whatever else.
I don't guess I've ever seen those.
There are so many of them.
The scariest movie I've ever seen. And not even the most scary, but like the one that like freaked me out the most was this movie, and I don't remember what it was called. It might have been called Frozen. Not the Disney movie, obviously. But it was these three friends. That was pretty funny if that was the scariest movie I ever saw. But no, these three friends had gone like skiing or something, and like they cut in line or did something. I don't remember exactly what happened, but so they get on a ski lift, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's the last run, and like before they get to the top of the mountain, the ski lift shuts down, and so they're hung in the middle of the air on this ski lift all night long. And like one of them is like, okay, well I'm just gonna jump down and like go for help, right? So he like jumps down and like breaks his legs, and like these wolves attack him and stuff, and like of course they're like freezing to death up there on this snow lift. It was just like the craziest movie. And like I will never go skiing to this day just because of that movie. Nope, not gonna happen to me.
I don't ever see myself going skiing, to be honest.
That's not for me. I'm not getting trapped on a snow lift.
Not gonna lie, my biggest fear is getting stuck in a freaking elevator.
That happened to me one time.
That's almost happened to me a couple times, and I'm like, I don't trust elevators anymore.
It's not that big deal. Especially if you have yourself on the. You know, in a lot of elevators, those little phones in the corner don't work.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those are disconnected now. Depending on your state may require that, but in a lot of states they relax those regulations. Little phones don't actually do anything.
Yeah, and like all the elevators on my campus are super sketchy.
Right.
So it's like, one of the dorm buildings I was in, like you would use the elevator, right? And then once it got to your floor, it felt like it was just gonna drop all the way back down to the first floor. And I was just like, yeah, I don't like that. Oh my gosh, go away, creepers.
I was working maintenance, and there was this building, and the elevators in this building were always breaking down. I'd heard a bunch of people talking about it. And so like I'm in the elevator and I'm changing floors and whatnot, and the elevator breaks. And so like, you know, you think this is how I know that those phones don't work, is that I, you know, open that little box and get the phone. I'm like, all right, man, finally, you know, my whole entire life I've wanted to use this little phone. I wanted to, you know, like you're like, yeah, it's my time to shine. And because you know, like my whole life I've seen those little phones in the corner of the elevators, and you know, you go, well, I better not mess with that because you know, the police will come or whatever. And so like I'm like, yeah, now I have a legitimate reason to use this phone. Plus I'm on the clock, so who cares if I'm stuck in the elevator? Getting paid. And so like I go and pull that phone out, it doesn't do anything. No dial tone, there's nobody answers it, like it's just there. And I'm like, well crap. But luckily I had my phone with me, so I call my boss and I'm like, hey, I'm stuck in the elevator. And he was like, okay, well, let me call the building owner. And so he calls him, and the building owner's like, well, just call the fire department. I just, dial 911, and I'm like, hey, I'm stuck in the elevator here, at this building, blah, blah, blah. And they come and get me, right? The firemen come and get me. And they're like, oh, hey, what are you doing in the, because I got like a ladder and like some tools and stuff with me. They're like, what are you doing in here? Did you break the elevator? I'm like, no. I'm like, I'm the maintenance guy. I'm just here to change the light bulbs. And they're like, oh, and so like they had that was pretty embarrassing that, as the maintenance guy for the building, I got stuck in the elevator.
Yeah, it's just a little.
Yeah, they were like, did you break the elevator? I was like, no. I'm just, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you're stuck in that elevator, they were telling me that it's impossible to open it from the inside. You might could crack it like an inch or two, but you're never going to be able to open that door from inside the elevator.
Yeah.
So if you get stuck in there, you're stuck. So the fire department or whoever can get you.
Cole, did you almost get stuck in the elevator in my building?
That ought to help your fears know that you can't open that door from the inside.
Ah, yeah. So let's just have a panic attack knowing that I can't open it. I probably wouldn't have the strength to open it anyway.
Yeah, it took like 2 firemen to open it, like, and they had like the little key to like unlatch it, and then it took 2 firemen to pry it open.
Phew.
It's like there's like a little hole that you stick a little tool in and like unlock it, and then like you can pry it open. But yeah, good times.
To be completely honest, JP, I'm really not looking forward to the Minecraft movie. I think it's gonna be like dumb and pointless.
I feel like that too, but I feel like it's not for me. Like, it's not aimed at people 40 plus years old.
No, I think it's geared more towards kids, to be honest.
Yeah, 100%. I think the target age range is gonna be like 6 to 10 probably.
Like, I might just watch it anyway, but like if it's like if I lose interest, then I'm obviously not gonna watch it.
I'm not putting my pants on to go watch it for sure.
Yeah.
But when it comes on streaming services, I'll watch it.
You almost got stuck and then went, oof. Well, we've had issues with our elevator, to be honest, Cole. That's okay. The building that my class was in this morning, I went to go use the elevator. And like that was notorious for breaking down, and somebody like hit the call light button and it was still on. My brain was like, well, hopefully like I don't get stuck, because I had my roommate one year get stuck in that elevator.
Yeah, it's super embarrassing when the firemen pry the door open.
I'd imagine.
Oh, I don't imagine that, I don't recommend getting stuck in the elevator. 2 out of 10 would not recommend.
And it's like one of those sayings, like some of the elevators in these buildings are so old that they just need to replace them.
Yeah, and God knows if they're actually doing the proper maintenance and stuff on them.
Oh, I could just imagine with the rest of the campus, yeah, they're not doing the proper maintenance.
I mean, I don't feel ever like I'm gonna die in an elevator, but because like there's all these like redundant safety systems in them, like emergency brakes and all these things. Like you're not gonna fall to your death, but you're also not guaranteed to make it to the next floor either. So.
Yeah. And Transformers was an adult movie, no, but I still want to see it. Some of the Transformer movies are more geared towards adults. Now, the animated series is definitely more for kids.
And I love Transformers.
I do too.
Even the animated stuff, because I grew up on like Transformers and GoBots and stuff like that. As a kid, we had real Transformers that were made out of metal that you could knock
hurt somebody with.
Yeah. Take an Optimus Prime upside the head, you're gonna have a big old knot.
I could Just
And, like,
imagine you beating somebody in the head with one of them things.
you know, like they really didn't start making like really like plastic stuff until like they started making those Dinobots. Like those were really the first ones that I remember being plastic. Even like most of the Transformers, like Optimus's trailer was plastic, but Optimus was metal. And like Jazz and like the one that was the Porsche, they were all metal. Even like Soundwave, which actually played cassettes. Played
Oh,
actual
that's
cassettes.
cool.
It was like played those like mini cassettes. So like it also had the robots that would go in and out. And like back in the day, Megatron was a gun. I don't know what he is now. He's like I don't remember what he is now, but back in the day he was a gun. Like an actual gun. He transformed into a gun you could hold in your hand. But yeah, back in the day, Transformers were made out of metal. I don't want to be that back in my day things were better. Like but as far as Transformers.
But
as
honestly,
far as Transformers go, they were better.
that statement wouldn't be wrong though either.
Yeah, none of this business where like you just look underneath the car and there's the guy's face. Like they actually transformed. Like there was bunches of moving parts to them. You know, might have to like take like 5-10 minutes to learn how to work it. I think those are so lame when I see like some of the Transformer stuff where it's just a car and you like lift it up and there's the whole Transformer underneath the car.
Yeah.
I think that's lame.
I had a Bumblebee that was a speaker that would dance when music was playing. That's cool.
Yeah, there's been some cool Transformers.
Actually, in the town that I used to live with, we had this guy that drove a car that legitimately looked like Bumblebee.
Back in my day, I don't be the back in my day, Bumblebee was he wasn't
I don't know. Bumblebee will always be my favorite Transformer, though. I actually went to, similar to Circus Olay, but they were called Cirque Italia, and they had a guy dressed up on stage as Bumblebee, and they just stood there and took pictures with the kids and stuff. I think I have a picture of it still somewhere.
Is it one of those things where like the kid is like 2 or 3 feet tall and the performer is like 7 feet tall?
Yeah.
Yeah. I took this little boy to see something similar to that. It was like Dora the Explorer and Diego.
Oh.
And he's like a little bitty kid, so he's like 3-4 years old.
Yeah.
And he's sitting on this bench, and then next to him are these 2 characters that are at least like 8 feet tall.
Oh God.
And, like, they're enormous, right? So they're enormous. They're like 3-4 feet across, wide, and 8 feet tall. And there he is sitting on this. I mean, he looked like a baby doll that these 2 giants are sitting next to. Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
It's quite humorous. I still laugh all the time when I see it. Yeah. Those are very funny. But kids love that. Like every time he saw the picture, he would just laugh and carry on. So like, kids remember all that kind of stuff. But in my mind, I remember it just being so funny because it was so disproportionate.
There was one time when I was in guard, we ended up having to go to my elementary school to practice there because our high school gym was taken. I think the middle school one was as well. And I hadn't been obviously in this elementary school since I was in elementary school. And I walked in there and I was like, why is everything so tiny? I don't remember everything being this small.
Yeah, because That way kids don't have to get up on the stool to go to the toilet.
Yeah. You had a guy with an M&M car. It got arrested for trafficking. Oh my god, that's great. But yeah, no, so that same rehearsal was also when I ended up whacking myself in the head with my flagpole and giving myself like a concussion. Because the gym was so small.
My sister, when she was a little kid, and like, not even a little kid, but she was in like, I don't know what it was. It was kind of like color guard, but it was like, they like had these like, what was it? They twirl flags and stuff. Is that what that is?
Most likely, yeah.
It was something like that, but they like twirl flags and like hats and stuff like that. Still make fun of her to this day. She had the wildest perm I've ever seen. Still make fun of her to this day every time we see that picture.
Yeah, there's a photo of me when I was in guard, and for that show they wanted us to have like the big poofy hair in the front, and then they left it long in the back. And I have naturally curly hair, and it's very frizzy. So when they did that hairstyle, it literally looked like somebody had like I'd stuck my finger in a light socket. And my guard instructor was like, honestly, that's perfect for the look we're looking for. And I was like, oh, okay.
Wow. Yeah, they're big on perms and things like that back in the day. I remember this is probably like probably late 80s, probably. Me and my sister were old. Yeah, she had a big old perm and like sparkly outfits and things. So so funny still to this day. So she was probably about 8, 9, 10 years old, something like that.
Yeah, it was also kind of funny because we did a dress-up day my senior year, and I think it was like one of those like, I remember distinctly the seniors having to dress up like the 80s, and most people dressed up with like the 80s workout gear and stuff, and then there's me who dressed up as somebody like 80s rock.
Right.
And I was like, I had the hair for it, all I did was tease it a little bit, and it was like huge and poofy and everything, and everybody like was just like, how did you pull it off? And I was like, I don't know, I just did.
Yeah, when people think of the 80s, everyone thinks of like neon glasses and things like that, you know, like neon. There's but like the 80s were all over the place. Like, you gotta remember that's like Ronald Reagan era.
Yeah.
So, like country music was big. Punk rock was big in like the late 70s, early 80s. Like it wasn't all just like neon spandex and legging warmers. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't just. I mean that existed 100%. It wasn't just that.
Yeah, no, I literally like I had the leather jacket, the black ripped like skinny jeans, and then I did like a more modern version of like emo/goth makeup for that day.
Right.
And it sucked because that day my band director decided, he's like, hey, we're gonna go outside and we're gonna march. And I went, oh.
Yeah, that's not good. But yeah, I mean, you gotta remember, like in the 80s, that was like the big hair bands, like Motley Crue and Whitesnake and Poison and all that stuff. I mean, I wasn't really big at, you know, then like also like coming out of the 80s is like NWA and like Sugar Hill Gang and LL Cool J and Beastie Boys and stuff like that. So like rap was really big in the 80s.
Yeah.
That's what I was doing in the 80s. Listening to rap music and punk rock. I was never really big into country. Even though, you know, you'd think I would be from Texas, but I was just never that big into it.
Yeah, I know. So my mom used to own horses, and like she used to listen to, well, I think this was also partly my father, but like we used to listen to country music all the time. So like growing up, that's all we listened to was country music. And I absolutely hate most of it now.
Yeah, it's awful. It's like whatever your parents listen to, you're gonna be most likely the opposite of whatever they listen to.
Yeah, although my mom was the one that listened to more of like the metal and all that stuff.
Interesting.
She listened to like a lot of Aerosmith, Kiss, and a bunch of other bands I don't remember off the top of my head.
I will never forget the first time I heard an Aerosmith song on the classic radio station. A little piece of me died. I was like, that's not classic music.
I know, it's like even now, like some of the stuff I listened to like in the early 2000s, like a lot of that is also starting to be put on the classic radio stations, and I'm like,
yeah,
I'm only 22. What the heck?
The year 2000, and this is gonna blow a lot of people's mind. It was 25 years ago.
I know, it's insane.
I'm like, that can't be possible. Like 1995 was like 5 years ago. And people are like, no, it was 30 years ago. I'm like, shut up. So like when I see a car and it's like, this goes, oh, it's a 99. I think, oh, well, that car's used, but it's, you know, and then I go, oh no, that car's like almost 30 years old. I think of cars from the 90s as just like, oh, well, yeah, it's a few years old, but it's still okay. But no, those cars now qualify for antique license plate.
Are you serious?
25 years old.
Jeez.
In most states, it's 25 years old, and you can put antique license plate.
Well, it's like, cause even like the vehicles my parents had growing up were from like the 90s, and they still worked perfectly fine.
Yeah.
And then it was like,
30 years old.
I don't remember the year that my ex has, but like, he's got a newer car, and I'm just like, it's so weird. I'm not used to having cars with Bluetooth and aux and all of that.
Yeah. The first time I ever drove a car that had like Bluetooth in it, I was like, what is this? What is this sorcery? Like, where it has like big old screens in it and stuff. I'm like,
yeah.
Like, no.
Yeah, no, so Dara, there for a while, me and my ex would just let me play whatever music I wanted to, because most of the time me and him listen to very similar music. And there'd be times like he'd pick me up from work playing country, and I'm just trying to look at him like, turn that stuff off, I don't want to hear it. I don't know, me personally, when I get my first car, I probably will get an older car, just because, like, they work better. They don't. The ones I've had always have, well, my parents have had.
It's like, I've driven cars from like the 70s and 80s, and they're piles of garbage. They ride like old cars, especially like since they are now old.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 30-year-old car. The suspension's gonna be bad. The brakes are gonna be bad. It isn't gonna have ABS. It isn't gonna have airbags. The air conditioning's gonna be so. Like newer cars are way better. They're more expensive and they're harder to work on. And so like all those things are terrible about them, like maintenance costs and insurance and all those things. But yeah, newer cars handle way better. They ride way better.
I felt that, Dara.
They're just way better. I'm gonna leave all these crap in there.
Demon says he drives an 88 Mercedes turbo diesel and it runs good.
Nice. Yeah, because diesel.
Diesel is so expensive.
They didn't make you a 1980 Mercedes electric cars. Those old diesels, man, they cannot be stopped. As long as you never overheat them, they're gonna last forever. The problem is that you live up north, Cali. You're not even gonna find a car that's more than like 10 years old.
Nope.
All of y'all's cars turn to dirt.
Well, it doesn't help that, you know, our road conditions are awful because they refuse to fix freaking potholes.
All the salt on the roads too.
Yep.
So you're not even gonna, like, all your cars rust. They rust away.
And people don't take care of them like they should either.
If you're gonna get an old car, you're gonna have to find it somewhere in like the south or southwest where they don't rust as bad. You go out there to like New Mexico and Arizona, you can find them cars. People still driving around them cars unrestored from like the 60s.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, there for a while my dream car was a 67 Chevy Impala.
You just build one. Like you can order those 60s muscle cars.
Mm-hmm.
You can like order like every part of it out of like magazines. Like a 69 Camaro, you can order every single part and assemble it yourself. All you need is a lot of know-how and a bunch of tools, and some welders and things like that. Put it together in your living room.
What's funny with that though is like, I guess my grandma used to have an Impala, and she's like, well, if I would have known that, I wouldn't have sold it. And I was like, Grandma, I probably wasn't even thought of or born when you owned that car.
Yeah, exactly right. If she still had that car, it would have probably gotten wrecked or stolen or ailed on. I mean, it would be impossible to keep it. Oh, I just fell in lava. Crap.
So you want to build a car? Oh God, I do not have the skill level for that, Cole, or the knowledge.
Woo! Made it out of that.
You almost die over there.
Yeah, I fell in lava.
Oh.
I got out with one. Oh, I got killed by a slime.
No.
Feel better than burning in lava. Feel better than burning. Oh, I wonder where I'm gonna spawn. Surely I'm gonna spawn at spawn because I've been sleeping in the bed. Feel better than losing my stuff in lava. I can get all that stuff back.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, I did kind of forget the kit cars and stuff existed.
You know, people used to buy houses out of like Sears and Roebuck magazines. The house would get delivered, and then they would just like put it together.
I think they still do that, actually.
It would show up in a truck. No, these are like big houses.
Oh, okay.
Like it would look like a regular house, but just be like the panels and stuff, and then they would just put it together.
Did you know that they're 3D printing houses now?
Yeah, out of concrete and stuff. Yeah, I've seen that.
And I'm like, I don't know how I feel about it.
I mean, if it can make affordable houses for people.
I mean, yeah. I was just more concerned about, like, especially up here with all the tornadoes we get, or like down south with all the hurricanes.
Well, concrete would be better for that. Concrete is great for like hurricanes.
I will say I do plan on like moving to Florida eventually, because I want to eventually work for NASA.
You want to be a Florida woman?
But I'm not looking forward to hurricane weather.
Move to Florida, be a Florida woman, find you a Florida man. Have some Florida kids.
I don't know. There are some crazy people in Florida.
100%. You know, Centernet used to be from Florida. And Fizz too.
Oh, I knew Fizz. I didn't know that about Cent.
Yes, he used to live in Florida. So 100% there are crazy people in Florida. 100%. There's this thing called the Florida Man, right? So you just type in like Florida Man, and then like it's every wild thing like Florida Man robs Taco Bell with an alligator, you know, all stuff like that.
As of whether if you see people who are Florida natives leave, then you leave. If not, you stay.
Oh.
I'm sorry, but if there's a hurricane coming and I get told to evacuate, I'm evacuating.
Yeah, 100%. Who knows better? The FEMA guy or just some weirdo that lives in your neighborhood?
Well, and
Just
I'm
the
like,
FEMA guy, he knows.
you also have to think about it this way too. Like the last couple of years, they have been very, very wrong about like the intensity. And like I understand it's really hard to predict that kind of stuff, but
Right?
I ain't risking my life because they say, oh, it's not going to be that bad, and then it be really bad.
Well, the problem is that you end up risking like first responders' lives because they have to come save you, even though you've made a terrible decision. I don't have any. I'm gonna steal stuff.
That is true, JP.
I'm gonna break out a DJC. Time to steal. Steal the scaffolding.
Yeah, no. If like they're saying like, oh, there's a hurricane coming, you better bet I am packing all my important stuff and leaving. Because
100%.
I would probably cry if I lost all my stuff to a flood. Like, I know it's just stuff and it can be replaced, but some of that is sentimental.
That's my stuff, though. I don't care if other people lose their stuff. They can lose their stuff. That's my stuff. I want to keep it.
And it's just like seeing all the people that have to throw away their stuff just because it got a little bit of flood water on it because of, you know, you don't know what's in that water.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's sewage and like fuel and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Dara asked if you got your stuff back.
No, not yet. I haven't gotten down there yet. Hoping that. Ooh.
It's like, I don't think I'm close enough to old guy for his stuff to despawn.
I see it on the ground. I got out of the lava, but I only had one heart. And,
yeah.
it's fine.
I've been having this weird experience on the server where I'll die and my stuff will just randomly despawn, and the despawn timer's not up yet. I am pretty sure, or I'm pretty convinced that's what happened with my wings.
Why would Judd do that?
What did Judd do?
He spawned your wings. We're gonna blame Judd for every bad
Oh,
thing.
okay, yeah. I was a little upset about that because JP had just gave them to me too. I don't even know how many pairs of wings I've lost this season.
I only had one pair that Love Dust gave me because I don't remember what I gave her. I gave her a bunch of letters, like a bunch of good letters.
Yeah.
But then yeah. So she gave me a pair of wings, but I lost them like immediately. I'm terrible at can't have nice things.
Yeah, Demon, I've lost at least 2 or 3 more pairs before I met you. And it's like, it's not that I'm doing it on purpose, it's just either a couple of times has been because I've fallen asleep on the server and get killed, or get killed by drowned and they just randomly despawn, or get killed by lag and the server crash.
The ground picked them up, probably.
I don't know, because I killed both drowns that had killed me and they didn't drop it.
I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there, so I'm just.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Drown. I've seen drown like do dumb stuff like pick up stuff and then like get killed and don't drop it. Or one time I think it was Fizz. It like he got killed by something and it like picked up his sword and then like went through a portal and despawned. That's been many seasons ago.
And have they changed the despawning of mobs? Because there'd be times where I'd fly far enough away, mobs should despawn, and they didn't.
It varies by some.
Ah.
And it also varies by some mobs get what's called persistence. So they
I
won't despawn.
assume drowns is one of them.
Any mob that picks up something. So like, let's say that you have like a zombie, right? And it picks up a block or a piece of rotten flesh or anything. If it picks it up, it gets persistence and won't despawn.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Which is why you don't want to have mobs. Or say like, let's say you took a horse and fed it carrots or something, then it gets persistence because you interact with it. So if you interact with it, like you offer it food or you picks up something or things like that, mobs get what's called persistence.
No, JP, you're half right. I'm a fox dragon, kind of like a Kitsune.
You just made that up.
I did not. It's actually a type of.
Not a real word. Have a Ginsu now. You're like, I know karate and other dangerous sounding words. What's going on here?
Yeah, no. I'm actually, my son is actually part dragon. I know you can't see it, but Sona. My first Sona.
How many Sonas do you have?
Currently one, and I'm working on a second one that's gonna be like a cybernetic type cat.
Waiting on parts or? You're waiting on parts or they back order?
I just haven't designed the character yet. No, I don't have like, I don't have a fursuit. I don't think I'm gonna get one either, because them things are expensive.
Isn't that weird how like things like that are like are such a niche thing that they are just so expensive? Weird how that stuff happens.
Yeah, and it's like I get
furry, but I know how weird things get priced.
Yeah, like I get why some creators charge so much for them, but at the same time, like if you're if you have a base, you shouldn't have to like charge X amount extra for whatever. But like I also know they charge for like the work that goes into it and the materials and all of that, but like even then the materials aren't that expensive.
Yeah, it's like bro, you just glue this together with hot glue and a couple of trips to Joann's Fabrics. Yeah, y'all didn't know I knew about Joann's Fabrics.
Cause it's like most of them will buy the like fox fur or whatever they use by the yard, which that can get expensive. But if you know what you're doing and know how to utilize your supplies,
right? That makes sense.
And it's just like to get the model that I have now put into VR chat and made. I think we spent like. Oh, I didn't pay for it. My ex did, but it was like close, I think, $400 for a 3D model.
Wow, that seems very expensive to me.
Because it is.
But I also hate Blender, so maybe that's super cheap. I don't know.
For custom avatar, yes, that is actually fairly cheap. There are some 3D artists that charging upwards of $1,000 just as a base price, and then we'll charge extra for assets and all of that other stuff.
Like really huge assets.
Yeah.
Those are probably worth it.
I think I paid roughly $25 to get my Sona made into a VTuber model.
Right.
So it's like, I mean, she did a great job, don't get me wrong. But, I don't know, some people do definitely overcharge for that stuff. And that's why it's like, if I ever do start taking commissions from people, I don't think I'm going to be the one that's going to charge out the butt for it.
Well, that's why I became a ordained minister. Because some friends of mine were trying to get married, and so like they were trying to like get somebody like a pastor from the church that was down the road from them.
Yeah.
And he wanted $500.
What on earth? That's crazy.
I was like, I'll do it for free. I'm like, I'll go get it ordained. It costs like $25. This has been like a long time ago, right?
Yeah.
And who knows what it's worth now, but back then it cost $25. And I got ordained online, and I've married a few people. Because it's ridiculous sometimes what people want to charge for something.
Yeah, like I get, like you have to factor in travel and all that, but even then.
Yeah, I understand. Like I said, I'm not against people getting paid, but like sometimes it seems like, is that really $500? Like, so like you're talking about the VR model there. Like, is that really $400 worth of their time? Like, how many hours are we talking about to design something like that? Is this like 1 hour, or is this like 60 hours?
Right.
Of time? If it's 60 hours, okay, $400 seems a lot more reasonable. But if it's 1 hour, then $400 seems ridiculous.
Like, I want to say it roughly took her maybe 2 or 3 days. I don't know how many hours she actually spent, but like,
say, is that 3 days of 8 hours, or is that 3 days of
I don't know.
45 minutes?
Because it's like, I know the base that I used was already pre-made, so she didn't have to make a base.
Right.
Some of the clothing I know she made for herself. There's one outfit that I have that she didn't make. I don't know. I'm not over sure how long she spent on it.
$400 seems kind of pricey for something that sounds a little bit copy and paste, and then like doing like minor modifications. That seems a little pricey.
Because the way she does it, like, I know she charges like a base price for everything, and then like if you wanted extra stuff, because she'll put like 1 or 2 outfits on for like a set price, but if you want anything after that, she'll like charge per like how complicated it is.
Maybe I should be making furries and VTubers. Maybe I should get into that. Really, I'm in the wrong business.
Yeah,
I didn't know it was so profitable.
I thought about making like stuff for VR chat. Well, I have been, but like selling that kind of stuff. But there's just so much time that goes into making a model. It's ridiculous, because like you have to make it in Blender and then make sure everything works right and make sure the model moves properly, and then you have to put it in Unity, and Unity is a pain in the butt.
Here's what you do. You go on Fiverr, you hire somebody that knows how to do stuff for $5, and you sell it to other people that don't know anything about what's going on. Collect the profit.
And it's like, so most models that people make and that they sell, they go anywhere between $25 to $45.
Right? That sounds reasonable.
Yeah, and like they'll have like full on like a bunch of different like clothing options, customizations, whatever you could do. And then a lot of them are like, hey, since you now have this avatar, you can make your own customizations to it if you want.
Right.
I don't know,
I
but
don't know
like,
enough about VR chat.
well,
Only
it's
when
just,
my eyes work correctly, so I don't do VR.
but it's like, it's just the art community in general. A lot of people overcharge for a lot of things, and it's like, if I do that, I'm not gonna charge out the butt for it.
You know, I'm in this one Discord server, and it's not a Minecraft Discord server, but it's like general gaming.
Mm-hmm.
And I swear, I get more people that message me going, "Hey, do you, you know, like they'll be like, hey, I'm John, or I'm Amber, or whatever my name is," and like they like act like they're your friend for like 10 minutes, you know? And like
Yeah.
I can smell it like it's a scam the whole time.
Yeah.
And then like 15 minutes into it, they're like, "Oh, hey, I do art commissions. You know," I'm just like, bruh, come on now. Like, I've been asking you for 10 minutes, like get to whatever it is you want. They'll be like, "Oh, I'm just trying to be your friend," you know, I'm trying to save your time. Like,
There's been a couple times where like I'll get those messages and I instantly know, and I'm like, they'll act all friendly and stuff, and I'm like, so I see that you stream, like, would you like for me? And I'm like, no, F off.
I always tell them like the first couple messages you get, I'm like, listen, you're trying to sell me something. If this is some kind of scam, I'm like, you should just move on and save your time.
Yeah, I've gotten to the point where I don't accept them anymore.
Oh, I'm a friendly person. My DMs are open. I love weirdos. So my DMs are open. That's how you meet weirdos.
I mean, yeah, that is true. But most of them are
weird stuff.
Most of them are coming from that I'm in are coming from like servers that are specifically art related. So it's like I already know what's gonna happen, and it's like, okay, if you want people to commission you, don't like DM somebody like begging for them to commission you.
Here's the thing. I think one of the worst things that you can do is waste somebody's time.
Mm-hmm.
And I always tell people, I'm like, listen, if you're trying to sell me something or scam or whatever, I'm like, you should just move on to the next person, because I'm not looking to waste your time.
Yeah.
Not interested in but they just keep on with it. They're just like, oh, hey, you know, like, what games do you play? And I'm just like, okay, well, I play Minecraft. They're like, oh, me too, I love, you know, and like this goes on for 30 minutes because, you know, and I'm like, listen, like, you're wasting your time though. And like, then they get mad. Like, they're like, come on, bro, just like, you know, like $10 or what, you know, whatever they're trying to charge me. They're like, I'll make you a banner for $10. I'm just like, bro, like, I try to tell you, don't waste your time.
Yeah,
there are so many artists out there.
Yeah, I usually tell them like, yeah, no, thank you. Like, I make my own stuff.
I mean, I don't make my own stuff. I wish I could. I dabble in art a little bit with my iPad and stuff. I draw a little bit here and there, but nothing I'd care to share publicly. So bad, but yeah, like there are so many artists out there. So like $400, and like I get that like there's a lot of Blender and a lot of know-how involved in it.
Mm-hmm.
$400 seems high.
Yeah, and it's like the fact that we spent that much, and then other people spent or like charge way more, and I'm like, yeah, okay.
Even all these furries out there got tons of money apparently. Who knew? I didn't.
Some fursuits can cost over $2,000.
They'd be out there balling. Who knew? I didn't have any idea. But they were just a bunch of weirdos. Don't get me wrong, I love weirdos, so I'm not judging, but
honestly, majority of us that are in the furry community are in the community because we have the free ability to express ourselves within that community and not be super judged. Don't get me wrong.
I'm not judging, I'm just saying.
Well, no, I know, but like, this is just in general, because a lot of people tend to judge furries for absolutely no reason. Like, you're entitled to your own opinion, don't get me wrong. But there's
I don't care what
also...
anybody does.
There's also
I find
those...
it interesting.
Right, there's also those furries that ruin that community.
Right? Oh yeah, there's always one.
Like, I tell people, there's always, like, two sides to the furry community. There's those that want nothing but sexual interests in other people, which I hate. And then there's those that are just there to have fun and enjoy each other's company.
Right?
And the side that gets glorified the most, unfortunately, is the NSFW side.
I say let your freak flag fly. Raise it up high. And, but yeah, I find all that interesting. It's not my cup of tea, but I'll take a peek from time to time.
Yeah, no, the biggest reason why I'm a part of it too is like I really enjoy the art style and all the stuff that people come up with.
Right. Some of that anime stuff gets a little wild for my likings, but
You're not wrong.
they can live their best life. Some of it I'm just like, should I call the authorities? Like I need an adult. What is this I'm watching? Like, so yeah.
Yeah, no,
but
Dara,
like I said,
those people are so annoying,
if you're not hurting anybody, I don't care what anybody does.
right? That's always been my whole thing too. Like, I don't care what you do as long as you're not like trying to hurt anybody. Have fun.
Yeah, you don't hurt any kids or animals, and you do whatever you want to do. Yeah, so, like I said, some of that, right? Because like you know how gamers, they're all into anime. So I know a lot of people that are into anime, and they'll be like, "Oh, hey, watch this," and like I'll be like, "Bruh, like I don't ever send that to me again." What's wrong with you?
Right.
But most of it's harmless. Most of it's just whatever. That's
Just...
where I fall on most of that stuff. Like, most of it's harmless, but some of it's like, bro, I'm gonna have to look at you a little differently now.
Yeah.
And I know anime doesn't necessarily have anything to do with it. I mean, there's probably a lot of overlap between anime and like furries and stuff, but probably like two circles that are. But yeah, some of that anime stuff.
Yeah. And you're not wrong.
From my old people eyes, I'm just like,
Yeah, there's just like, that's another thing, like, when I've started streaming in YouTube and doing all this stuff, it's like, I've always tried to make sure that people know that they're free to be themselves, because there is just too much hate in the world anymore.
Right? 100%. 100% on that.
It's like, as long as you're not being stupid or trying to hurt anybody or being mean to anybody, I don't care.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Don't hurt anybody. Like, as long as it's all adults and everybody's agreeing, then I'm good.
Right.
Do whatever you want. When you get down low, it's always. I'm supposed to get all this.
Go ahead.
Oh, I fell in the lava again.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah, right?
I have a water bucket. Do I need to come over there and...
I'll be dead by then, girl. I'm out. Also, the last time I was in danger and somebody offered to bring me a lava bucket, it did not work out for me. Just saying.
I mean, if you're over here at the hole, at least you won't fall into the void.
That is true.
And I would make sure to not push you into the lava.
The last time somebody offered to bring me a lava bucket, it didn't work. Looking at you, Kai.
I felt so bad for that.
No, he shouldn't have felt bad. That was pretty funny.
I just told him, I was like, it's okay. Like, one, you're probably one of the most chill people on here. Like,
You would it would
crap
take a lot more than that
happens.
to make me mad. Yeah. Plus, like, I rarely have gear that like is not replaceable.
Right.
Like, usually it's just like something I bought. I don't. That's why I don't have expensive gear, because I die all the time. I think in that one season I died like over 100 times.
Was that the season we caved underground?
That was season. I don't remember. I built a ridiculous gold farm that like lagged the server so bad. I don't remember what season. 5. I don't remember. I know we didn't have a death counter this season. I think it was season 5.
That was a season I think I made one video and then never made.
It was this season. It was the season where we had a shopping district in the Mushroom Island. That's season 5.
I think so.
Where Payne was living in the Mushroom Island also.
Yeah, because that was a season that we had to. I think that was a season where we changed all the grass or all the mushroom grass to grass.
Yeah, I did that.
I think it was you and Mom.
Yeah, that sounds right. And that was a good iron farm I had. Had a cool iron farm, like an iron shop.
Mhm.
We should do that. We should have a shopping district. I miss the shopping district. Just gonna say it right now. I don't want to do any more seasons without shopping districts.
I don't know. I definitely liked the way that we did this, how we did it this season, because it did feel more like we were a community. But I also do miss being able to just go run to a shopping district and being like, okay, I need this, this, and this.
Yeah, 100%. Shopping district is good. I'm at like -21. I'm getting so close to the bottom.
Are you just digging out like a big chunk?
Yeah.
Smart.
24 by 24 blocks. That's diamonds. Yeah, I thought I would dig it out, and if I could do this one, then I could do the next one. Then eventually there will be a big area over here that's exposed to the bedrock. This way, I feel like I did something right. Cause like if you just mine like the whole top layer down one, you go, okay, well I did that, but it doesn't look any different. This way, if I dig this big hole, then it looks like I did something.
Right. I was gonna go over there and dig, and then I discovered more water that needs to be drained.
Yeah, I did find a few pockets of water that I had to.
Well, I figured there'd be pockets of water anyway, just cause like.
Well, it is in the middle of an ocean.
Yeah.
I mean, all the caves are gonna. I mean, at least most of them are gonna be filled with water. Speaking of water, just fell in some.
On the fan server for this year, we have a shopping district in the ancient city below spawn. Oh, interesting.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a fan of the Just gonna say it like that.
Of what?
The ancient cities.
Oh,
I'm not a fan.
yeah. I'm not either.
Mostly because I don't need anything else to make me more blind, so that's automatically out. But also, I just don't care for them. I don't like the warden. I don't understand how any of that skulk stuff works. I have no idea how it works. I know there's a way you can like make like XP blocks with that stuff, right? So like you can kill mobs and it like sucks up the XP and turns it into a block, but I don't know how any of that works. So
I'm just letting these blocks despawn. I don't care about them. Got too many of them anyway.
yeah, at a certain point, you like where do you store them?
More chests and even more chests.
It just becomes a logistics problem of like, then you need trees. And it just becomes an unending battle of how do you store all this mess?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the skulk is interesting, but like I don't understand the point of it. I feel like
I
it's
don't
a
understand
more
how
of
it works.
annoyance.
And apparently there's this one skulk block that you can like put like observers next to it or something, and it can tell the difference between certain noises and stuff. I don't know how any of that works. It's all above my pay grade.
We made a mob farm. It's fine. We're hardly ever over here anyway.
I really should learn how that stuff works. I feel there's a good about 25% of things in Minecraft that I don't know how they work.
I feel that.
Because they keep adding random stuff that like that doesn't necessarily make sense in the grand scheme of things. And then I just go, I don't like that. Then I just never learn about it.
So, Demon, I don't remember if I told you this, but when they first added the warden and we started a new season, we took on the warden with snowballs.
Yeah, that was a terrible idea. I don't remember what I did. I didn't fight the warden, but I just like wandered around. I couldn't figure out how to get down there. That's the thing. Like, so like I'm blind, so all that stuff is thinking.
It was awful. That was season 5, wasn't it?
Yeah. Being visually impaired, I hate all the warden stuff. Too dark. Then he makes you blind. Like it's just terrible for me. I don't even think regular vision could do it. The warden is awful all the time. Whose idea was that?
I don't know.
I'm gonna blame Judd. One, he's asleep, so he won't ever see this probably. And two, it's probably his fault.
I mean, unless he decides to go back and watch the VOD.
But he watches.
I doubt he will.
That's the thing about streams, right? I keep in my mind thinking, oh, somebody will go back and watch the VOD, and then like every once in a while somebody will, but like people either see it live or they just move on.
Yeah.
That's the honest thing about streaming. So like if you made like a 20-minute video, well, people will watch it. Like they might watch it 6 months from now, but nobody's gonna go watch a 4-hour stream from 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I edited actually not long ago somebody, I think it was like a 5 or 6 hour long Helldivers stream and they wanted a highlight video of like all of the like funny stuff that happened throughout the stream or whatever, and I'm like, how can I do this when you're not entertaining?
I don't know. I feel like you're pretty entertaining. I watch your streams.
Well, I was talking about this particular person.
Oh, you're editing someone else's video.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm on. Now I'm picking up what you're putting down. Does that make sense?
I just say a lot of stupid stuff, to be honest.
That's the whole thing. That's what streaming is. Say dumb stuff and people laugh and they go, "Oh, that's pretty funny," and then you do it again for 3 hours. Yeah, I find that hardly anybody ever watches VODs. Dara might, she might watch it.
I do sometimes, but that's only if like I need, like, desperately need background noise. I can't find anything else to watch.
How sad is it you probably have multiple streaming services. You're like, if I can't find anything else to watch.
I think the only ones I know, I got a student deal with Hulu and Spotify, and then because with my job, because I'm a member of their thing, they gave us Paramount for free.
Yeah, I get Paramount because I have a Walmart. I'm too lazy to go buy groceries. Yes.
And then I think Mom's had Netflix for quite a while. Although I'm kind of not happy with Netflix right now because towards the end of this year they're getting rid of Supernatural.
Oh, rip. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I've never seen that show.
I love Supernatural.
I'm aware of the show because I've heard of people talking about it. So like, I'm familiar with the show, but I've just never seen it.
Yeah, I've heard rumors that it could possibly be put on Max, and I'm like, why is everything going over to HBO?
Because they pay the most. So like, let's say you own a show, Supernatural. You own Supernatural. You're the executive producer or whatever it is that you are. I don't know how that works exactly, but so you go around and you go, "Hey Hulu, do you wanna have the show on your service for the next 6 months?" They'll go, "Yeah," and they'll go, "How much will you pay me?" They'll be like, "Oh, I'll pay you $1 million."
Yeah.
But Max pays the most because their service costs the most.
I think HBO is kind of taking the place of Netflix, to be honest.
No, I don't have HBO, so I don't know.
I don't either.
I don't know how good it is or bad.
I mean, I technically could get it with like the student discount and stuff, but it's like, what college student actually has time?
Yeah, I know, right? With all the video game playing and binge drinking.
I play a lot of
Isn't that what
video
college-
games. I don't drink that often.
Isn't that what college students do? I mean, I don't know.
A lot of student athletes, yeah. Do they have
Okay.
all 14 seasons of Supernatural? On Netflix, they have all 15. There's 15 seasons of Supernatural.
Oh, burn. 15 seasons. Get it together. Get your life together.
A lot of people kind of forget about season 15 because it happened during COVID and they like had to split it up.
Get your life together. 15 seasons. Everybody knows that. Yeah, I don't know what college kids do in college nowadays. I assume it's similar to what college students have always done.
Yeah, it is.
Video games and binge drinking.
Actually, it's funny. So on my floor, my RA put like they are required to do a bulletin board like every
Right?
so often, and one of them's like, he has sticky notes and he asks us, what are some things you do to relieve stress? Somebody put drinking alcohol, and then somebody else wrote on that sticky note, hell yeah, and then underneath it, security, but please don't, security, and then a little heart.
Right. I don't. I mean, college has probably changed in what they teach at college. Since I was that age, but I assume that the students are relatively the same.
Yeah. And I think now too, it also depends on what college you go to.
That is probably accurate.
Because as far as I know, there's not a whole lot of parties that go on here because we don't have like a big. We only have one frat house on campus, and they're a religious one.
Ooh, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah. Like we don't really have
I don't even know what you
sororities
would do.
either.
I don't even know what you would do in a religious frat house.
I don't know. I guess they got told a couple years ago that if they found any alcohol or drugs, that they were shutting that building down.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, we have a bunch of like Christian colleges here in Texas. I've never been to one of them, so I don't know what goes on there.
I would probably get kicked out of Christian college, to be completely honest.
I don't know. I mean, you don't have to be Christian to go there.
No,
Harvard
but
Simmons and like ACU, Evelyn Christian University. Taylor.
I was like, I've been to Taylor because that's where our band camps were at. And like they had the rules and stuff posted, and it like essentially said like if they caught you like cussing on campus, that you could get kicked out of campus.
Yeah, you'd be kicked out for sure.
And I'm like, well, with how I am now, I definitely get kicked out of that college.
You'd be like, what the? Like 5 seconds into it.
I will say though, Taylor's campus is really, really nice.
Right?
And it's freaking massive. Yeah, my
Yeah,
high school is never allowed back on that campus because they killed their entire koi pond. It was a senior.
Accidentally, I'm hoping. Like, right? Like they're not a bunch of
Yeah, no,
serial killers.
it was accidentally.
Okay.
They did. My high school does senior prank night every year,
Right.
and this was my freshman year, and the seniors got a little too chaotic, and they didn't realize that shaving cream would stain the concrete. So
I wouldn't have realized that either.
yeah,
That's not a thing I would.
shaving cream stains concrete.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they found that out the hard way.
Yeah, I would have learned that the hard way too. I wouldn't have known that.
And like they saran wrapped and like there was shaving cream everywhere on that campus, like especially around the dorms that we were staying in. So the people that own Taylor thought it was also such a smart idea to give a bunch of high school students a power washer. And the dorm that we were in, there was a nice little bridge, and like they filled like the patio with like every like band related stuff.
Right.
And then they tried to like wipe it up, and it just completely stained, and then there was shaving cream all over this bridge that we had to walk over. And high school students being high school students are like, oh, body of water, we're just gonna wash it off into that. And to be honest, I feel like anybody would do that.
Yeah, that all sounds reasonable.
But yeah, about.
I mean, I don't know if it was the chemicals in the shaving cream, but also just tap water is bad for most fish.
Yeah.
Tap water.
Yeah, they were. The university was not happy.
So pouring a bunch of this fresh, like, tap water out of a pressure washer into a fish pond would be bad for it. But also with all those chemicals in shaving cream.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at least I'm glad that they aren't a bunch of just like murderers going around killing fish for no reason.
Yeah, no, it
was accidental.
Yeah, it was completely accidental. And I think another part of our problem too was the fact that because band parents weren't paying the fees and stuff, I think we were behind on making payments to, you know, rent out their campus for however long.
Right. It's weird how so many religious institutions need fees and things. How there's always something to pay.
Yeah, because I think if I remember correctly, the March-December season, it was like $500. But that paid for uniform, for the music, for guard costumes. It paid for our band camp trip. Like, it paid for all of the contests we went to. If anything, they probably could have charged us more, because like some of the bigger schools in our area, like some of their fees were like $1,000 for a season.
Right.
But it's like because those kids weren't making those payments, some of those bills and stuff weren't getting paid. And I think Taylor just had enough and was like, yep, nope.
They're like, Callie's school is banned forever.
It also didn't help that one year, somebody got ran over by chimes from the pit train. Because
like the musical instrument?
Yeah. Like the like the big set of chimes.
Yeah, it's not like it's like on a little cart, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I was in the band.
What happened was there was a tree right where our percussion group would practice, and there was a low-hanging branch, and they didn't realize it, and it got caught and just like it got knocked over. This kid ended up getting ran over by the pit cart, by the bells. Like, it was awful. Like, he couldn't finish the season because it was that bad.
For anybody not familiar, these are like, I guess they're brass, probably, like tubes. It's like a big cart of like metal pipes, essentially.
Yeah.
For anybody that's not familiar with it. But yeah, so like it could be hundreds of pounds.
Yeah, them things are heavy.
So essentially, they crushed a kid with a cart full of pipes.
Yup.
But so like I said, I didn't know how many people really knew what that was.
So the percussion instructor was like, "Yep, nope, we're not doing this again," and like he cut down the tree branch, which I don't blame him because the student did get injured.
Yeah, seems like an insurance liability.
I wasn't a part of the band at that time. That was a story my ex told me.
I was only in the band in junior high.
I think.
By the time I got to high school, I realized that girls existed, and I wasn't in the band anymore.
Yeah, I did marching band. Well, I marched for 4 years, but I've been in band. Well, did band for like 8 or 9 years, I think.
I played what might be possibly the worst instrument ever created. It's called the baritone.
Oh God.
It's like if a tuba had sex with a vacuum cleaner. No, not a vacuum cleaner. What am I thinking of? Just something awful. It's like a tuba that never matured all the way. And it's awful. It sounds like a trombone, but looks like a tuba. It's like the worst instrument of all time.
I feel like trumpets are also another pretty bad instrument to play.
No, those things weigh like 2 pounds.
Oh, I know. I was just talking about because like the fact that every trumpet player I have encountered, they're like, "Oh, let's play the highest and loudest, most annoying note I can."
That's fairly accurate of trumpet players.
That was my entire high school, though. That's
pretty accurate of trumpet players.
It was really annoying. Actually, there's a couple people in my band that got in trouble because during one of our pep band games, they decided that it was a smart idea to pour water down the baritone.
That's not nice. Those things weigh like 65,000 pounds already.
Yeah.
Uncalled for. I hope they put them in jail.
our band director was so angry because he's like, this is not what our band is. We're a class act, blah, 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 blah.
Straight to jail. Straight to jail. That's where they should go. Speaking on behalf of baritone players, straight to jail.
And I'm just like, why would you disrespect an instrument like that?
Also, those things, like, they fill up with spit, and you can almost see, like, most instruments, right? They have these, like, nice little spit valves.
Yeah.
Like trombone players, they just, you know, spit on everybody because they're rude. But with the baritone, the spit valve is in an inconvenient place. Oh, God, they're so awful. I don't know what kind of masochist designed the trombone, but, I mean, the baritone, but I hope he's burning in hell right now.
And then there's also, like, what sucked, because I was a flute player, right? And the other thing that sucked is, like, because our instrument is just a straight tube, essentially, and when you play for a long time, obviously you're going to get spit and condensation and stuff, and when you're sitting beside somebody, after playing for a while, sometimes that spit comes out the other end at the other person.
Yeah. My sister played the flute. I feel like they make all the girls play the flute.
I chose to play the flute because I was told that I wouldn't be able to play it, and then I proved them wrong, and I was like one of the best flute players in our band.
I think my sister still has her.
And then when I got to college, I did pep band for 2 years, and then just recently quit because of the way it was being ran. We didn't have a band director or anybody that was qualified to do that position, so they had the dance team / cheer coach director take place, and she didn't know what she was doing.
I mean, they could have just hired me and I would have done it for half price. I don't know what I'm doing either, so next time they need somebody to run a pep band, I'm their guy.
Well, and it's like,
Charge them half as much.
our pep band used to allow us to work on schoolwork and stuff because we're college students. It's not like it's a professional thing.
Right?
We're just there to kind of, like, we're the pep section, essentially. And they used to let us work on homework, and, like, we could be on our phones, like, they didn't care, because some of our sports teams aren't that great, and we only really played basketball games.
Some of our sports teams aren't that great.
They're not. They're really not.
It's a good thing you're not the cheerleaders. Like,
Yeah.
they're not that great. That's okay. They're gonna cheer anyways. That's Callie as a cheerleader.
Actually, I had somebody in the cheer team in middle school try to get me to join cheer, and I was like, do I look like a cheerleader?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
No, I honestly kind of dislike cheerleaders. They're too preppy.
Yeah, morning people are the worst. Cheerleaders, they're the kind of people that talk loud before they drink coffee in the morning.
It's like I did make friends with some of the cheerleaders, but it was just some of the stuff that they did I didn't necessarily agree with. Oh, I don't want to do this anymore. Why is this so free? I quit.
Nice. Me too. I'm only at level 20. So I'm about 30 something levels away. I blame Cincinnati and Judd somehow.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that you almost joined cheer because of a Derek hole. To be honest, I don't see you being the type to do cheer.
Oh, dude. Dudes in cheer are the best. Listen, that's genius right there. Because, listen, you're going to be the only dude there. And it's going to be nothing but chicks, and you're going to be the only dude. I don't know if you, you know, I don't know your orientation or whatever, but that's pretty good odds. Same reason I took home ec instead of shop class.
I was a girl that took shop class and home ec.
one, already knew everything in shop class already because I just grew up knowing how to work on stuff. So I didn't
I
need to take
still
shop class.
cannot read a freaking tape measure to save my life.
Luckily for you, it's 2025 and they make digital ones.
My whole
You don't have
issue
to
is
know.
like I never really understood fractions, and a lot of that is fractions.
5/4 of people don't understand fractions. They don't feel bad. I don't know what you don't understand about fractions. Math is my jam.
I always have struggled with math. I've never been that great at math.
No, math is my jam.
Part of it is because I know I make it harder than what it should be.
That's probably what it is.
And like I'm in Calc 2 right now, and honestly, like so far I'm understanding most of it.
Right?
It only took me 3 different times to get through Calc 1, but that's because I suck at taking tests.
Probably that new math. Y'all had to make up a whole new math for some reason. Really, my math wasn't good enough for y'all.
Oh yeah, Dara. I don't want to drain this, but it needs to be drained.
Ask Dara what she thinks about new math. Kind of like new Coke. Not good.
Well, it's like
Somebody asked for it.
even some of the when I was with my ex, he's got 2 younger siblings, and I would try to help them with like just basic math because some of that stuff I did like understood and remembered. And she like his little sister was like, "No, we're supposed to do it this way," and I'm like, "Huh?"
Yeah,
Like they taught us this. Like why? I don't understand why they have to constantly keep changing it. It's so stupid.
Yeah. Listen, the old math worked just fine. I don't want to be that guy, right? I'm not a boomer, I'm not a boomer. But the old math was fine. It worked perfect. Yeah, like they didn't have to change it. The old math was fine. 2 + 2 = 4. Just all the things, right?
My whole motto: if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the new math. People tell me it's like it helps people learn it easier, math easier, but because I've seen some of it, right? Kids have their homework and stuff, and you look at it,
Yeah.
and like they're like, "That's not what the teacher told me." I'm like, "Well, I don't give two turds what your teacher told you. I'm telling you the right answer."
And it's like
"Well, we're
even
not
now,
supposed to
like
do it that way."
it's just like there's been a couple times where I've used like photo math or like symbol lab to help with some of my math stuff because I'm like confused and like looking at it and trying to figure out how they got that answer, and then I'm like looking at what my professor taught and I'm like, what, huh?
I had this really good math teacher in high school, and I liked him so much. I was his aide in my senior year, and I took like every math class. I even took like math as an elective in high school because I liked math so much. And he was a double major when he went to college, and so he had a teaching degree in mathematics and in English. So every semester he made you write a research paper on a famous mathematician. And one year I had to write 3 essays about famous mathematicians. Like, this is not fair. I'm not even in this class. I'm just a teacher's aide. He's like, doesn't matter. And he made me write an essay even for a class I wasn't taking.
Lord.
Best teacher I ever had.
I ended up being a student aide for one of the chemistry teachers.
Right?
Like she was super nice. She actually like made that class easy.
Pretty sure my chemistry teacher was a sex offender.
Oh, alrighty then.
He was such a dirty old man. But like, this is back in the day when, that kind of
Yeah.
stuff was just swept under the rug. But yeah, pretty sure.
That's okay.
I could look him up and have him arrested probably.
when I took biology my freshman year of high school, the professor, teacher, whatever that they had,
Right.
literally was teaching a bunch of freshman high school students this biology class like we were a bunch of seniors in college.
Right.
And I'm like, and you wonder why half the class is failing.
A good teacher can make or break things for people. Like,
Yep.
A good teacher can give you like a lifelong love of math or science or whatever, and like a bad teacher will ruin it for you forever.
And it's like even now, in college, I'm starting to learn that a professor can make or break a class.
Yeah. It has nothing to do with you or the subject or anything else. It's just a bad teacher is just gonna ruin it for you. Like I said, I had a really great math teacher, and to this day I still love math.
Like, my first math class, I didn't do well on the placement test, so I had to take, like, intro to college algebra or some crap. And I did so bad in that class that I failed. And I was decent at algebra. Like, I think half that class failed. It's because, like, he would show up in the morning, didn't know how to work technology, so he'd spend 20 minutes trying to figure out how to work the stupid projector. And then he would get, like, logged out of his account, like his school account, and then spend another 20 minutes trying to log into it.
It sounds like me if I was a teacher. I wouldn't know my password.
And then I had one teacher too who like didn't assign any homework, all relied on tests and quizzes. Tests were 10 questions worth 100 points, and quizzes were like 1 or 2 questions that were worth like 5 points. So you missed one question and you were screwed.
That's not good.
Yeah, and it's like the professor I have now, he gives us opportunities to earn like extra points. We're required to earn 50 of them, and we can do that by like doing our homework on a piece of paper and submitting that, or he'll assign, like, as we're going through the notes in class, he'll assign like a little practice problem, and like, okay, well, you can do this.
How else would you turn in a piece of homework if it wasn't on a piece of paper?
You could do it in like Microsoft, like Word or Procreate or whatever on a notes app and turn it in that way.
Okay, like my mind was just like because I've never done that.
Yeah, no, a lot of stuff now isn't physical, it's just all online.
You're like, if you use one of those dinosaur technologies like pencils and paper, I'm just like, how the hell else would you turn in homework? Yeah, my mind was just like going like, what is she talking about?
Yeah, no, we have to scan a PDF version of it and then submit it that way, because I still do my math homework on pencil and paper.
That makes sense. Yeah. I'm picking up a trend down now, but like my mind was just like, how else would you turn in homework? That doesn't make sense. Like when I was in high school, like that was the time when like America Online and stuff was happening. People were just getting the internet. You know, that was like a new thing back in the 90s.
Well, like what's crazy to me is like my school computers in elementary school ran off of Windows 98, right?
Right.
And then they made the huge jump from that to, I think, Windows 7 or 8. I don't remember.
Oh wow, they just skipped Windows 2000 like it didn't even exist.
Yeah. And then I got to high school and it was like Windows 10, and I was like, what on earth?
My computers when I was in school had a 5 1/4 floppy disk. You put in there into the drive, and then it would go like that for 5 minutes before it would do anything. They had to warm up. Computers had to warm up.
Yeah.
Like the monitors had to warm up. Yeah. They're like, oh, I had to deal with Windows 98. I feel so bad for you, Kelly.
I
This
mean,
is, like,
honestly, though, it wasn't that bad. I actually enjoyed that one.
we were lucky if we got to play Oregon Trail. Which was which by the way is a spectacular.
I still need to play that.
To be true to it, you have to play on a black and green monochrome screen.
Demon says, "Don't even get me started on Oregon Trail."
Yeah, like a lot of my generation died on the Oregon Trail. Rip.
No, what was also what I thought was absolutely hilarious when I came to college, was the fact that my school was still running Windows 7, and this was right about the same time Windows 11 was coming out. And I think
I saw something. Oh, go ahead.
I said, I think they're still using Windows 7, or they finally upgrade to Windows 10.
I want to say it was like the UK train system that I read not too long ago that we're still using like Windows 98, Windows 95 or something like that.
I mean, if
and,
it
like, they were
still
trying to
works.
upgrade it. Well, yeah, I mean, like the deal is that like, but the problem is that like they're having trouble getting the hardware and stuff for it to like replace it and get rid out. But like for something like that that's like closed loop, you know, it doesn't have to communicate with anything else. It's fine, but yeah, that just blows my mind that there are like really important infrastructure stuff out in the world that's running on like Windows Vista and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Actually, so when I took my intro to computer science class, I had a professor that had been on our campus for quite a while, back when like they were still using like punched cards and all of that. She would tell us like,
whoa, 'cause that goes back to like the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, our campus has been around for a while.
Oh, okay.
She literally was like, it sucked trying to code on those because you messed one thing up and you had to restart all over again.
Yeah.
Like she brought in a lot of old stuff, and it was so cool to look at.
I mean, these are back when computers were like the size of like your basketball gym. But yeah, those punch cards are cool. But like, let's say you got them out of order, or you accidentally made one of the holes too big, or cause like those cards had to be in order to like actually program it.
Right.
So, you know, you got this stack of cards in your hand and you drop on the floor. That's all garbage now.
Yep.
I guess you could write on there and like what the order was and pick them up and reorder them, but like they had to be in a specific order. So even if you got them out of order, that you know, you just wasted your whole time. Yeah. Those punch cards were pretty cool. I mean, it's kind of ingenious of the kind of like thinking that you know those people had, because they didn't have the hardware that we have now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the kind of technology that they sent us. You know, just barely above that is the technology they sent the astronauts to the moon. Where people were doing like calculations by hand, paper. The comedian, like the actor Jack Black, you know, we were talking about.
Yeah.
In the Minecraft movie, his mom worked at NASA and like was involved in a lot of that, doing all the calculations and stuff for the like the space shuttle program.
Yeah.
Not the Apollo missions, but for like the space shuttles and stuff. When she was giving birth to him at the hospital, she was still sending like doing the math at the hospital and sending it back to NASA and stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy. Just like in the short amount of time to see how like far technology has advanced.
I mean, we sent people to the moon with nothing more than people doing math on a piece of paper and a stopwatch, going, okay, turn the dial for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8, you know,
Yeah.
like, stuff like that. They would do this stuff by hand and then just count it out. it's wild how much smarter those people are than
I've also
Yeah.
noticed now too, because like I'd never noticed this before, but this is also the first time like I've been looking at PC parts and stuff.
right.
And I've noticed a lot of, especially like the GPUs and stuff, will have like the Ada Lovelace architecture. And I always thought it was cool that they're like they still use a lot of that base stuff.
Yeah. I mean, like when you start naming stuff, you only a lot of that stuff just gets reused. Like they'll name it after somebody, and it's like, what else are you gonna name it?
Right.
That's a new name every year, so they might as well name it after some famous mathematician or whatever. Okay. Like a lot of those early like NASA missions and like early experimental jet flights and stuff, how much of that math was done not with a computer but by hand.
Yeah.
And I think about how much smarter those people are than me. If that was up to me, we would have like the space shuttle would have exploded. Not that it didn't, but it would have exploded every time.
Actually, fun fact about me, I have a
Exploded the space
no.
shuttle. Do it.
No.
Oh, I killed Callie. I killed Callie.
Oh, I'm good.
Callie. You're good.
But so I have I want to say he's like great uncle, who actually flew on the Challenger, one of the last missions. I think it was actually the last mission before it exploded.
You know, they had sent like put this teacher on that space shuttle and so like they had this like every school in America like at the time, right, had TVs out watching it. So like we're sitting in school watching it, and this thing just blows up right there on TV, and every kid in America is watching this.
Yeah.
Because you're in school and they're like, oh, this is Sally Ride, and we all wrote letters to her and stuff. I mean, like, it was a huge deal, right? Like back then, if you were an astronaut, you were like a rock star.
Yeah.
And especially because she was the first teacher to go to space. So like it was such a huge deal that like we're just sitting there and this thing just blows up right there on live TV. I remember it to this day, and like the teachers just shut it off and they don't say anything for like 15 minutes.
I believe it.
It was just crazy. And I mean, we just stayed in school. We just, went on with our day. But I still remember to this day that space shuttle. Like I said, like it was a big deal. Like we would sit down in class and like write a letter to, God knows she didn't read them because there's 10 million of them. But like write a letter to Sally Ride and she'll read it and be inspired to go to, it was a big deal at the time. But it was quite cool.
Yeah.
Watch the Challenger explode.
I don't know. Definitely one thing I want to do at least once in my lifetime is to actually go watch a space launch in person.
Right? Yeah, I've never seen one in person.
I guess from where my grandparents live, because I have family that lives in Florida, I guess that they can actually sometimes see the launch from where they live.
Cape Canaveral.
They're not too far from Cape Canaveral, I don't think. I don't remember.
There was this really funny story this time about Buzz Aldrin, right? Because like,
Yeah.
like conspiracy theorists are, right? They're like, oh, we didn't go to the moon or whatever. And like this dude was harassing him, like he was like, leave me alone, right? Like so, like he finds him in public and it's like, you're a liar. You didn't really go to the moon. And he's like, back up, buddy. Like, leave me alone. And like, so he's like 70 years old or whatever. And like, he just like punches this dude in the face, just lays him out there on the ground. So funny.
That's great.
Yeah, those guys are built different. They were built different. But I mean, it would be wild if we really didn't go to the moon. I mean, I know we did, but it would be wild. Like, that would be the wildest thing ever. Because, like, you know how bad the government is at everything.
Yeah.
Like, how could they keep that secret for, 50 years now, 54 years,
And it's
55
like
years,
not
however long.
only that, it's like we have like actual like physical proof that we've been to the moon.
Yeah, there's mirrors up there you can bounce lasers off. Like, how do they think that stuff got there? But yeah, the government is so bad at everything. There's zero chance they could keep that secret.
Yeah.
But like hundreds of people like all got together and like, no, get out of here with that. Can't get 100 people to agree to eat hamburgers, let alone keep a secret like that. Like the numbers just don't add up.
And then it's just
you
like
never get that many people to keep a secret, the same secret.
yeah, and it's like all those people, the flat earthers or whatever, they're like, oh, the earth is flat. And I'm like, there's actual photo like evidence of our earth being round.
But not just that, but airplanes exist, right? So, like,
yeah.
there's a reason, like, you can see the airplanes fly. And, like, what would be, let's say the Earth was flat. What would be the point of lying about it being round?
I agree, Demon. People are stupid.
Who would make money from that? They're like, it's Big Globe. I'm like, wouldn't Big Globe make more money by now selling everyone a new, updated globe?
Yeah.
I'm like, would they? Because, like, they've already sold all the globes they're going to sell. Like, nobody's out there buying globes. But if there was a new globe, they could sell that. So they would be in. It would be in the best interest of globe manufacturers to prove that they're this flat.
Right. Oh, I didn't realize Voided was on the server still.
He might be asleep. Or was that you sleeping? Oh, that was you sleeping.
Yeah, that was me.
I don't know what he's working on. He kind of got back into it lately. I need to go see and check what he's doing.
I'm about ready to drain out a big freaking ravine.
I'm in the lava again. I really need to quit falling in the lava. That'd really be good for my health.
Yeah, just a little.
I think when I'm done with this level, Kelly, I'm gonna have to call it.
Alright, yeah, that's fine.
You'll have to finish the stream without me.
It's okay.
And it's been good chatting with you, hanging out.
Yeah.
It has been terrible mining.
Oh, yeah.
I blame Judd and his internet.
I was like,
I
I
left all
will.
those crafting tables. You can come look in this hole if you ever get a chance.
Okay.
There's a bunch of crafting tables in the middle of the air. I'm gonna leave them.
Okay.
Feel free to have them. They're yours now.
Okay. If the earth was flat, cats would have knocked everything off the edge by now. That is so true, Dara.
Real talk.
It's like, I don't have classes tomorrow, so I'm probably gonna be up for a while. I really need to, edit.
I was gonna play Motor Town tonight, but I didn't do that because I couldn't get my steering wheel to work. So.
Yeah.
And I was gonna play with the controller. Then I was like, well, I don't know. I really need to figure out this steering wheel thing.
Oh, I keep getting switched around here.
Yeah, I don't know what board he's working on. Been at it though quite a bit here lately, which is good to see.
I was just over here sitting here. Wow, English. Like, I feel like I've done nothing, but then it's like, okay, I mined out all the sand over there. I took down the rest of the moss that was up from the other water, and now I'm over here draining all of this.
The best thing that I accomplished was that I didn't die.
Yeah,
Even
I mean,
though I fell in the lava, like, oh, I did die.
oh
Sorry,
no,
I
yeah,
lied.
you did die. Well, you didn't die as much tonight as you did last night. I take
Man,
that.
I got murdered.
I call that just a win.
But I call it a win that I didn't fall. I didn't lose anything in the lava. That's the best thing.
Yes, that is also
'Cause
true.
I fell in the lava like 5 times now. I will say that's one thing that Bedrock has over Java is that falling in lava is not an instant death penalty. You can get out of the lava.
Go away, con man.
So close. Dicky-doo.
What?
Not quite down to the bottom, but and I thought I was gonna knock this out in like an hour or two. How misguided am I?
I mean, mate. Well, are you mining over by the beacon or no?
No,
Yeah, I say if you were, you probably would have had that mined out by now.
I don't even have a beacon. I probably should go make a couple of beacons.
I was like, we have one.
That would probably speed this up a lot if there was beacons.
Yeah. And having a netherite pickaxe definitely helps.
Well, I don't have another. I don't have. But
Well,
I
it's
do
such
have
a pain in the-
diamond pickaxe. I don't care about it. I don't care. About
Fair. But it is such a pain in the ass to get netherite anymore.
100%. It is a major. I know a lot of people really like all those like smithing templates and all that stuff. I don't.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Like, netherite was hard to find to begin with.
Some people really like all that armor trim and stuff. I've never used it. I'm gonna be honest. That's another one of those things I've never messed with in Minecraft. It was just one of those things where I was like, oh, I could see how people would like that, but that's not for me.
Right.
I never make netherite armor. I never make netherite tools.
I was like, before they added all the armor trims and stuff, I made netherite armor a couple times, but mining for it was a pain in the butt.
Yeah, but if you die, then like all that work is for nothing.
Yeah.
If I lose my gear, I can replace it in like 10 minutes.
Did Sint seriously tell you no about getting netherite?
No, me?
No, Dara. I guess she bugged Sint about getting netherite, and he said no.
Huh. You just tell Sint that, oh, God said it was okay.
Yeah, no, if it weren't for, I believe it was Kai
And
asking.
then when he asked me, I'll be like, no, Jed told me it was okay. And like the chain of blame goes around.
Oh.
I'm gonna have to call it because I can't mine anymore down here. Because all this lava makes me have to fill it in.
No, you're good.
Slowly killing me on the inside.
Listen, I just appreciate the help.
I will finish this hole at some point, and I will dig some more, but not tonight.
No, you're all good.
All right, Kelly, I'm gonna have to go stretch and things. So enjoy the rest of your stream. It was good hanging out with you.
Yeah. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
I'm gonna do my best. All right, later.
Later. Okay, I also... Gosh darn it. We'll be right back. Where's my screen?
There's too much that's going on, I don't know what to do. Paralyzed by options in this world, can't pick and choose. Yeah, everybody's life is on display, including you. Yeah, I feel every day is just the same, stuck in a loop. I need some variety, I'm sick of this anxiety. I'm sick of this society, they make us feel a rivalry. Compare ourselves to others, but we all got different mothers. We were raised in different structures, so we're different, it's no wonder, yeah. I just want a great life.
Alrighty, I am back. Maybe he thought I meant the server sent should give us another right, but should having another right picks. Yeah, I mean, he very possibly could have just misread what you'd said, but I also think that's kind of funny at the same time. Alright, we will... Well, hold on, what time is it? It's only 10. I don't know, we'll see how... Oop. We'll see how far we get here. Now, of course, that creeper's chasing me. I feel like the blast radius on creepers aren't what it used to be. isn't, whatever. Oh, hi, skeleton. Rude. Holy, come on, stop it! Is there another creeper skeleton somewhere that I'm being shot at by? Lord, okay. Actually, how far down does this even go? Okay, never mind, I'm going back up. I ain't playing with the trident around. No, thank you. But also the thing with the netherite too, Nara, I've noticed is it melts through the deep slate like it's nothing. Yeah, no, I don't know. Like I've stated before, I am never, or at least for a while, not doing a base this big ever again. Yeah, I believe it does as well. Actually, I just want to try to uncover the rest of this. Well, not fall into it, but... I don't know, like, as much as I could sit here and say I feel like I haven't done anything as far as this base or like tonight goes, but I have definitely done a lot of stuff the last couple days. Well, I know that, Demon, but I swear I remember creepers being able to blow up more stone than just like 1 or 2 pieces. Yeah, and I ain't going through all the updates just to find that out. Somebody just made food and it smells really good. Oh, okay, that was some lag. I guess I just haven't really paid attention to that then. Also, I think I'm starting to discover that our base is like causing a lot of problems, especially when trying to load through nether portals. Because it feels like every time I leave our base, it takes forever to go through, but like if I go through somebody else's portal, say, like Love Dust, for example, it doesn't take me as long to load in. There's been a couple of times where I thought like, the portal glitch happened. I got a little scared. But yeah, no. So I was talking to my mom earlier, right? And I had sent her an overhead shot of what the base looked like. And she's like, if I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even think you guys would get this far. And I was like, oh, thanks. I mean, I don't think anybody thought we were gonna get as far as we did. Or that we are. And like this has been what, I think 2 years roughly worth of work. Like I have spent countless hours on the server. couldn't sleep. Oh, time to get on Broke Rock and just mindlessly mine away. I don't know. Tomorrow for my stream too, I may just stream this again, cause like, y'all are helping me actually get stuff done. Which I know sounds really weird, but it's also nice to like, have people to kind of talk to and keep me in line, make sure I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. And not causing too much of a distraction. Ooh. Even though it doesn't feel like I have, cause like, I feel like when I'm just on the server, like, not streaming, I'm like watching something, and I get distracted by like my phone or whatever. But if Sint was able to play like he used to, we would have had a new season at some point. Yeah. Yeah, no, like I've said this before, I definitely feel like if, you know, no hate to Sint, but I feel like we definitely would have gotten a lot more done if Sint was, you know, able to play and whatnot. But honestly, for the three of us that have been consistently working on this, it's still pretty impressive. Like when you and Walking Stick first joined and I had disappeared for I think a month or so, and come back and y'all had so much done, and like y'all did that in like 2 or 3 days, which I thought was absolutely insane. But I also think at this point it's just like we're tired of it, we're burnt out, like we don't want to do this anymore. Which I can't say I blame y'all for that, because I've definitely had those moments. Like, I will say, like, as bad as this sounds, when I first came back for season 6, because I originally was not going to play this season just because there was so much going on in my life. And then when I heard that, you know, my best friend had passed away, I was like, okay, I need something to do. I was like, I remember Sint briefly talking to me about him having some huge project he needed help with, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna ask Sint what this project is. not thinking that it was going to be a giant hole because I hadn't watched his YouTube video. And I was just like, I needed something to distract me, so this is what it was, and I played day in and day out for like 3 weeks straight, and then I was like, okay, I can't do this anymore because I got behind on school. Just think about it this way. I was a junior when we started this season, and I'm now a senior. Like, that's how long we've been going at this. Not that there's anything wrong with, like, a longer season. It's just like there's only so much you can do. Oh, 100% Demon. Maybe one of those, I did all of that even though I feel like I've wasted my time. Oh, sorry about that. Yes, Dara, but this one's not as deep. It's gonna be mainly this one over here in the middle that's gonna be a problem. Walking stick did it so we could run the the flying machine to drain it all. Because it was so deep, he didn't want to try to flatten it all out, which I don't blame him. Also, thank you, Dara. I think this is an underwater ravine. I think that's what this is, anyway. I'm not surprised that my mic peaked with that sneeze. Also, thank you, Demon. I can't just flip my mic up anymore. There's a button I have to press to mute, and I didn't hit it in time. It's like, I promise I'm not trying to blow y'all's eardrums out, even though it may sound like it. God, how much water is here? Lord. Not me accidentally breathing into my mic either. At least I'm not dying as bad as I was last night. but in the other areas, you guys just left the low points. We drained them later. Yeah, I know. Okay, well. Like, there's just water everywhere. I also feel like this wouldn't have been as bad if we didn't build base in the middle of the freaking ocean. I know there's a more efficient way to drain this, but I'm tired of placing sand. What are we hemming, Dara? Jeez, my ice maker sounded like it was trying to run away there for a second. Hey! That's not where I was trying to place that sponge, but okay. Leave me alone! I'm surprised my armor hasn't broken yet. Jeez. Lord. Mobs are so annoying. Hey, spider, leave me alone. There we go. I really should bring that furnace a little closer. Zombie, don't even. Rude. Alright, well, I guess while I wait for those to dry. One, two, three, four. I am definitely gonna have to keep the furnace on me for this. Your hydrate has been redeemed, demon. I think I'm out of sand. Oh. Not quite. Now, yep. I know, I'm gonna go do that here in a minute. Because I might have to go do my shovel too. Oh, excuse me. Minecraft sometimes. Water never never works how you want it to. I'll come and do that later. Screw that. And I'm gonna have to go get some more, fuel. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Oh, yay, rain. Just what I wanted. Oh, I missed the water. Okay, so you're ready to head home now. I don't blame you. We are going to go run back over to the middle here and repair some stuff. And then we'll probably end stream. I'm gonna continue to work on that to see how much further I get tonight before I decide to go to bed. Yeah. I need to edit too, so I don't know how I didn't die there. I do need to edit, so I'm gonna try to push out a YouTube video tomorrow. It just depends on how long I can focus and edit. Yeah, no, I thought I was gonna die too, because I did the habit of like double jumping to fly, and I was like, oh wait, I can't do that anymore. So, but yeah, depending on, uh-oh. Oh, I thought there was a minecart right there. Depending on how things go tomorrow, we may stream on here again, because we do have a lot of stuff that I am trying to get done. So yeah, we'll just see how things go. I'm gonna continue working on where we were just at. I gotta repair some stuff, and then maybe tomorrow we can do some actual digging. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, so I guess just keep an eye out for a possible YouTube video tomorrow. Yeah, and then tomorrow's stream, like I said, because of my online class, it will probably be in the afternoon, because I don't know, we'll see. We'll either do it in the afternoon, or I'll stream after that class, depending on how long it goes. No, I have no idea where Old Guy was mining. So yeah, I don't know. The Tuesday streams are gonna be a little off the next couple months. So until we figure it out, they'll either be in the afternoon, or I'll only stream a couple hours after the class, depending on how I feel and what time they finish and what time it starts. So, yeah. And I think from now on, I'm going to try. I'm not going to say every Monday, but I'm going to attempt to do a stream on Broke Rock most Mondays, depending on how things go, just so I can hang out with you guys and all that, and just kind of, because I know I'm horrible about putting out videos, so this gives you guys a chance also to see more current of like where we're at in our progress and all that. But yeah, so I'm gonna continue mining, draining, working my butt off. Yeah, no, so that online class is essentially supposed to be like a mobile app development class, so I will be learning how to build an app for Android. We'll see how it goes, that class. With it being with both my online classes being 6 weeks, yeah, it's gonna be a lot of work to do, so that's another thing why I said streams maybe, just because I'm gonna have to focus on those 2 classes. I have a big course load for the next couple of months, so we will see how it goes. But yeah. So, like I said, we most likely will be streaming here tomorrow. I just gotta figure out the logistics because of that class. Yeah. Okay, I gotta find somebody to raid once I open my browser. That'd be freaking fantastic. Okay, well, why did Opera open twice? Go away. I'm gonna mute the game so you don't hear the zombies. But yeah, so YouTube side, I'm gonna go ahead, once I pull this up, let you guys go. And on Twitch, we'll find somebody to raid. It's so weird streaming on 2 different platforms. I'm not used to this. I have to remember how to do this. Oh, I need to add a description and stuff on YouTube. Oops. One second. I need a button to just be able to end on one and not on both. I make this more difficult than it needs to be. What if I do this? Manage. There we go. No. Oh, it's right there. All right.